turn my headlights on. I turn my headlights on, and suddenly I can see. I learn to right and wrong. I learn to follow on, and suddenly I can breathe. I turn my headlights on. I turn them on. I'm aware of all my parts, and suddenly I see everything. Tunnel vision closing in over me. I forget what life is my witness. I can stand on my feet. I fall back, then I see tunnel vision closing in over me. I forget what love is my witness. I can stand on my feet. I fall back, then I see. Can I get out? 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 I burn my candle out. I burn my candle out so nobody else can see. I've learned what made me start. What
Hello. Oh, geez, that's bright. That's better. What's up, everybody? Shazar, JR, Rasta, 10 bucks, Enktar, Person, Fufox, Cassie, Asterisk, Bullvine, Shepherd, X, Pyridon, Dead Whale, Heroes and Diamonds, Captain Dax. Hope everyone's doing well on this Tuesday? It is a Tuesday. I'm so confused. 8th of July, 2028. Thank you, Fufox, for the re-sub. 16 months, year one. I appreciate it. And for the suggestion of the song of the day. I can't say I was familiar with that artist. Seems pretty good. I like it. Thank you. Fufox, you will be remembered for tier one. Yeah, it was a good song. I liked it. Yeah, weekend seems so long ago. In fact, that almost thought it was a new weekend today. I streamed on Sunday, and then I didn't stream yesterday. My migraine was getting the best of me, so I figured I would just rest. And yeah, today seems fine. Actually, it's funny because when my alarm clock went off about an hour ago, my instinctive reaction was, "Oh shit, I forgot to turn off my alarm." I for some reason I thought it was the weekend, but it wasn't. What's up, Sorrow? What's up, Aquarelic? How are you doing? Was on their at their concert yesterday. It was an amazing show. Hell yeah, nice. Usually people recommend some metal. I don't know if that's true, Aquarelic. I feel like I would typically play, I don't like metal very much, but I do play metal adjacent stuff. Um, and so I typically play like more heavy stuff when it's my decision. And then people on Discord are mostly suggesting, other stuff. There's a lot of jazzy stuff that gets suggested. Uh, some softer like post rock or older rock, unk rock as the kids say these days, I guess. But mostly comes from Mark. Mark is somehow the oldest person in that community, even though he's just a kid. But I don't know. Somehow the oldest person in that community. Um yeah, I don't know. I mean, there is some metal, don't get me wrong. For sure. Especially feels like Sorrow, no, not Sorrow, X posts a lot of like blackish stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the suggestions are pretty varied in general. I haven't seen any hip hop yet. That's something I haven't seen so far, I don't think. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Um yeah, I know. So for some reason Sorrow and X, you are sort of on the same pin in my brain, which is very weird because you're very different people. But for some reason you're sort of registering as the same sort of little memory slot in my brain. I don't know why. Don't ask me. Sometimes it's just random. Um it's one of those things. It's like Aquarelic and Fufox register on the same brain thing as well. There's a few things like that I can, pinpoint. Like people registering on the same memory. Like you feel like you've been it's like a memory, like it's like a PS1 memory card in my brain, and you've been saved on the same memory slot, right? In my memory, I don't. There's no rhyme and logic to it, rhyme or reason. It's not because of your personalities. It could be as simple as the Twitch color you have, or when you joined the community, or the some weird memory association. I don't know. It's a thing. What's up, Nurse Dean? What's up, Warren? It's really weird. I don't understand how it works, but it's like I can tell when people are sort of saved on the same memory slot. Yeah, I don't know. It's a really strange phenomenon. Jokes on you were secretly one person. That would make a lot of sense, actually. That would explain a lot. Don't put that kind of stuff in my head, because I'm gonna start believing in it. Because it would explain so much. But yeah, how are you guys doing? How was everyone's Monday? I'm sorry I wasn't here. I went back to bed yesterday after I woke up. So the migraine, just took, painkillers, went back to bed. And then I woke up and I basically spent the entire night, watching Naz and running gambas on his channel while labbing the new Tekken character. Which I really, for a while, thought, you know what, I think I might play this one. I had plans for actually playing him. I was kind of excited. And turns out, I don't know, I'm not vibing with him so much. I'm very glad I spent the entire night labbing him, because, it's gonna help when I'm gonna, inevitably face him over and over again. But, yeah, I don't know. I didn't have as much fun playing him as I thought I would. He feels a little slow, a little rigid. A lot of his frames are bad. Doesn't have a lot of safe, neutral moves. And he has a lot of cutscenes. Like, so many of his moves trigger like a 1-2 second mini cutscene where the gameplay is kind of on hold. I don't like it. Makes it feel very rigid. There's no fluidity when you play him, which is something that I enjoy. Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm not completely giving up on the idea of playing him, but I'm. Yeah. I thought it was out on the 10th. If you have the season pass, you get 72 hours early access. For whatever reason, I don't know, Captain Dax. I don't know why that's a thing. They really want to sell those season passes, I guess. But yeah, so I have a season 2 pass, and I get the character a little bit ahead of time, which I don't think does very much. I think most people actually, that are playing the game actually have the season pass. So maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, Captain Dax, if you're, I don't know, I guess you're at work maybe today, but if at some point after my stream you want to hang out on Discord for, an hour or something, and see some of the character, we can do a little call or something. But I'm assuming you're working. Sure. No worries. You know when and where to find me. Sure. Submitted my final draft of my dissertation Monday. Gonna be non-medical doctor in a month. Hell yeah! Congratulations, Doctor Person. That's a good name for you. Probably change it. Doctor Person. It's probably taken already. But... Is it weird that you call everyone by a username and not their name? No, actually, not weird at all. Nurse Dean. I mean, there's a few of you that I know, I know your real name, and even then it feels weird. I know Naz's real name. It would feel so weird calling him by his real name, even though he's one of my best friends and we hang out constantly. I don't know. The only person that somehow gets the privilege of being called by their real name on this channel is Brendan. B_son. For whatever reason, I always call him Brendan. I don't know why. It's one of those things I can't really explain. It just happened. And he gets the real name treatment. I don't know why. What's up, Psycho Rider? Yeah, I don't know why I'm not calling him B-Son, but instead Elisa counts. Well, it's different though, because that's her username, right? Like people who have their actual names as their usernames, well, that's different. I'm still, in my mind, I'm still calling you by your username, right? That's not different. Yeah. What's up, DJ? Oh, also there's Jeff. If you guys remember Jeff, the old school viewers remember Jeff, but that's because it was just a bunch of numbers. Jeff wasn't even his real name. I mean, in my mind it is, but I don't think it, unless I was really lucky when I named him, it's likely not his real name. But that's because I wasn't, you know, someone with a bunch of numbers and letters in their name. Like I needed a proper name to call them. So we landed on Jeff randomly. Yeah, no, that's not really an issue for me, Nurse Dean, for some reason. I don't know. You know, I was a teenager when the internet started like really spreading, and I remember the people I was always playing video games with, like we were doing LANs every weekend, and we were playing online together, or talking online together at least. You know, on ICQ and all those things back in the day, and IRC and all that, and playing Tekken together. We were always calling each other by nicknames. The nicknames we were using online. It's really weird. People that I, you know, I don't know. It's one of those strange things, I guess. We mostly, you know, got to know each other around usernames, and we kept calling each other by our usernames. It's one of those things. Yeah, Tax. I know. It's what, I don't know. It's different era, I guess. You know. What were your first nicknames? People drop the embarrassing truth. My first nickname was Akira, after the anime. Yeah, my first online chat room nickname and IRC and all that was Akira. I was a big fan of the anime at the time. No one ever called me that though. When I started like actually playing online, being, you know, very, you know, like in communities and doing all that, my username was Firestarter because of the Prodigy song. And everyone was calling me Fire. That was my name. When I was a Tekken 3 competitive player, everyone called me Fire all the time, which is kind of weird thinking back. Nobody has called me that for like decades. But yeah, Fire was my my little name over there. All that because of a Prodigy song. Banger of a song, by the way. So yeah, no embarrassing truth there. I'm very okay with a lot of my names. Some married people call each other by their names. I'm sure some people do. Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, to me, I don't see it very different as calling each other by like normal nicknames, right? We all had nicknames in high school and all that, most of us, right? I don't think it's that different. Except in this case, you have a choice. Instead of people, you know, giving you a nickname that you might not like, that, you know, with the internet, you get a choice. So I don't think it's that different. It's probably better. You had a Dark Angel phase, Captain Dax? I never had one of those phases. I'm very glad. With the XX's in my name and all that. Hey, speaking of the devil, what's up, Brandon? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. How are you doing on this beautiful day? We were talking about old internet usernames. Everyone is, you know, exposing their first usernames on the internet, the embarrassing names, right? What was your first embarrassing username on the internet, Brendan? Dean is my alias name because people butcher my real name. Yeah. Everyone is allowed at least 5 years of having absolutely cringe usernames. Yeah, I never got through that phase. I think I was on the internet too early. So when, you know, when cringe usernames started becoming a thing, which I think most of it was during the mid-2000s for some reason, like the emo phase. I think that's when, you know, shit hit the fan. I think I was too old at that time. I was already going by like my almost permanent username. I had a username that I kept for like 20 years almost. Some name I made up. So yeah, I don't think I got through that phase ever. Lucky enough. I was very much one of those preteens that had a name like Gamerlord. Love it. What's up, Anktar? Oh, sorry. I don't know why I said what's up. I was reading your message and then I was seeing all the people joining chat, and that's on me. Brain. I made up my first internet name to catfish and steal people's belonging on Minecraft as a girl. That, you know, see, that's the crazy shit when you say stuff like that. I'm like, Minecraft was already out when you first got to the internet? You kids. And then I'm thinking, you know, maybe you were 10 or 12, which means you're over the age of 25 at this point. Minecraft's 15 years old. The first time I played Minecraft was 15 years ago. Minecraft's almost old enough to have a fucking driving license. What's up, Brendan? What's up, B-side? What's up, Squeegee Man? Mine was Phoenix Rebirth. Oh boy, that's a good name. Were you a fan of Final Fantasy? Grey Fox, that's a, yeah, Metal Gear Solid, makes sense. Drunk Asian Ninja. Oh my god, Brendan, you win. You win. You win. That's it. The conversation's over. Oh my god. It doesn't suit you whatsoever, Brendan. You were a very different person. I can tell. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. My second reaction is, wait, you're Asian? Which I know you are, but, you know, it's just not... For some reason, it's not registering for me. What's up, Sanaya? How are you doing? Let me read more embarrassing nicknames. That's a good conversation right there. I never got the whole XX thing. I think it was just like to make your name stand out a little bit more, or maybe when it started, you know, nicknames started being taken on some servers. When the internet started spreading, you know. Very first name I ever had on the internet was Flaming Melons. Hey, you know what, Asterisk? You could have been a very popular rock band in the 90s. It's not worse than Smashing Pumpkins. In fact, was it inspired by Smashing Pumpkins? Because it sounds like it. Flaming Melons could have been a big stadium playing 90s band. I believe it. I knew a dude that played well with us named XX Holy Night XX. Well, yeah, that's super common. Like, you know, I probably knew a dude named like that. Somehow. Somehow, you know. Yeah, person. Yeah, it is a great question. I love seeing the answers there. My first nickname was Barney. Lego character. Was a fan of Lego back in the days. Nice, nice. Stupid names like From Hackers or the Matrix. Okay, Hackers had some seriously good usernames though. Like, how cool is Acid Burn? That's Acid Burn is a fucking sick name. What's the other one's name? I can't remember. Cold something? Hmm. Was obsessed with Asian culture and the drunken boxing fighting style. Okay, well, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no, Brendan's actually Asian, yeah. I mean, his name is Sun, for fuck's sake. But yeah, I don't know. In my, it's interesting, Brendan. In my mind, you don't register, you know. I was talking about memory slots earlier today. You know, I have like memory slots in my brain. It feels like it sometimes, and people get put in them based on different things. And sometimes you end up in the same category as someone else. You are not in the Asian quarter of my brain, Brendan. I don't know why. Anyone else here whose longest lasting internet name came from WoW? I know that's the case for Nasrallah. Nasrallah, very famously, I love that every time someone asks Naz where his name comes from, he's like, oh, that's a great story. Like he's gonna tell like a, you know, an epic tale of creativity and you know, circumstances. But no, it's just he pressed random on the WoW character creator and that's it. That was done. Crash Override, yeah, that's the other one. I don't know why I remember like a cold thing, a name with cold in it. Acid Burn sounds like a Fedora teenager trying to sound edgy. I don't know. I like Acid Burn. I think it's a cool name. I'm not disputing that it, you know, a Fedora wearing teenager could use that name, but edgy names are fine. We were all edgy when we were, you know, younger. It's all cool. It's all good. But yeah, no, my WoW username literally was only for that one character. I never used that name outside of that one character. I had one WoW character. His name was Ephraim. And that's it. He was a little gnome named Ephraim. I thought that was a great name. And that was just his name. I never went by that name. Nobody was calling me that, even like in the WoW communities. So I don't know. The thing. Whew. Talking about music names, I had a short period. I went under the brick shithouse near emo period. I read manga. Edgy is my second name, just saying. Fucking weebs, I swear. What's up, Mac Ace? How are you doing? Mine is just stolen from Stargate Atlantis because I wanted a new name. Love the show. Yeah, it's interesting. I would have. I'm pretty sure I thought your name was based on Mass Effect when you first came in. Yeah, but then you mentioned it was Stargate, which, you know, makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, usernames are Shepherd. Yeah, usernames are fun. Right? There's always a story, right, coming with usernames, and I think that's pretty great. It's always a fun conversation to get to know people. Honestly, like it's a very underrated topic of conversation if you're like, you know, meeting people online and you want to get to know people. It's a very underrated topic of conversation, I think. You know, sometimes it's the answer is boring. It's just like, oh, you're random whatever. Yeah, but it often can lead to a lot of interesting convos, especially going into the history of the names you've had on the internet. Yeah. Mine's not that amazing, unfortunately. I wish I had more. You know, I wish I had an edgier period with ridiculous usernames, but I dodged that, I guess. Now I want to play Mass Effect again. Me too. I really want to play the Legendary Edition on stream one day, but it's difficult, man. Fucking, you know, I'm in a place right now where I'm kind of stuck, right? I'm stuck in a weird situation where some games I need to save for stream, but it's never the right time to stream them. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys who are not streamers or don't do it like, you know, for a job. But yeah, it's that weird situation where I'm like, I want to save those games for streams, but it's never gonna be the right time. I don't know when I'm gonna even be able to get into it. It's annoying. I need several parallel lives with different Twitch channels. You need to stream more? I would just play more of the same game, though. I don't know. What's up, Tixar? I mean, streaming more would help going through some of those games faster. That's true. I don't want to burn out, you know. That's always the issue. We need to pull the trigger on some of these lighter co-op things. Yeah, I mean, Sea of Thieves, Helldivers, those are things that I'm gonna, you know, play for fun outside of the stream. There's no problem there. I'm talking about the games that I want to stream, right? Those are the ones that I'm... The list is getting longer, unfortunately. Chance of Sonar? Actually, there's a chance... No pun intended. There's a chance that I may stream Chance of Sonar. How are you today, JC, Granada, Tixar, White Wolf? Good to see you all. What if you did your own completely original idea and sub-only streamed on Discord? I do want to do, like, you know, Discord special, like, private streams. I have a channel set up for all of that. Like, tier 2 and above get to watch them. To incentivize, you know, higher tier subs and reward higher tier subs, of course, which are a massive help. Especially like tier 3s are such a massive help for the channel. You have no idea. Like, it's insane how valuable those are. Both for the PP and the fact that most of the money gets in my pocket as opposed to tier 1s, right? But the problem is, it's always a matter of timing. I never know when the right time to do it is. And even then, I don't... That's the thing, right? I don't... Those streams are more meant for, like, chill hangouts playing other things. Not games I want to stream, right? Because games I want to stream, I want most people to be able to watch them. I want, like, to have the saved VOD and everything, you know? Like, it's a very different thing. It's a whole completely different sort of context. Anyone remembers that film about a dude who cloned himself so that one clone would go to work and another be a family man so that he could focus on his hobbies? I feel like that rings a bell. I do not remember that movie though. Multiplicity. Okay, maybe so. Please watch Severance. I know I need to. I'm going to one day. Also, very annoying, but my water, we had a new water filter installed in the house, like one of those salt filters and all that, you know. And since it was activated, the water tastes like plastic, which Could be because of the container, you know, having like some, you know, obviously out of the factory new container residue and all that. I get it. But it makes the water taste like shit, and it's been almost a week, and I hate it. So I'm like, I'm chugging on like, you know, proper water, right? Like actual bottled water, because I don't want the plastic fucking taste. But it's not going away. It's not going away after like almost a week now. What's up, Stoner? How are you doing today? Hell yes, and I'm sorry you had a tough day. I hope the rest of the day gets better. Maybe I get to contribute to it a little bit. Yeah, I do want to play the Altars, Granada. It's been on my radar. I think there's been a few things about the Altars that have, you know, dampened my excitement. Namely the AI stuff that wasn't properly disclosed, and it feels shady a little bit. So I'm a little, you know, iffy on the Altars, but it's still a game that I feel like I want to play at some point. I'm just not sure if I want to stream anymore of the, you know, the stuff that's come out. Have you read the response? I have not, Shepard. Maybe I need to. Maybe they found a way to make it seem like there was a good explanation. Maybe their PR department is good. What's up, Nibiru? How are you doing today? Person, thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs. 110 subs to the channel. Colette, JC Hollow, and Zintaus, you will all be remembered. This is kind of like a tier 3 sub. Completely different person, but extremely appreciated nonetheless. Thank you so much for the 3 gifties and 110 total gifted subs. That's a huge amount of support. Thank you, person. I appreciate you very much. They said it was used as a placeholder and that one of the texture they missed in the end. Yeah, but see, no. Because if you need a texture and some text or whatever for a placeholder, why do you need to come up with some AI text for it? Just lorem ipsum or whatever, even, you know. That doesn't make sense to me. It's more effort to go through finding like AI generated text that actually seems to fit. Because that's the thing, right? It was a text that was fitting. Someone prompted it. There was a prompt like, make it more so. And then the GPT was like, oh yeah, here's a version of the text that is more like this or that, right? Which I'm like, why would you go through so much effort if it's just a fucking placeholder? You just put a random bunch of letters and numbers or lorem ipsum, right? That's what everyone does. I would, you know, I don't know. It seems to me like a, you know, like an excuse, right, Rayroon? It sounds to me like an excuse. I get it. I understand why they have to go that way. I understand, right? You need to defend yourself and you want to try to appease the masses. I personally don't buy it one bit. But, hey, who knows? Maybe it's true. If that's the case, someone is really wasting time at their job. Doing GPT prompts when they could be doing some lorem ipsum stuff, right? For placeholders. So it's either malice or incompetence. One of those two things is happening. I don't know which one is worse. What's up, Jode? How are you doing today? Maybe they've never heard of lorem ipsum? Come on. If part of your job is to, you know, create like text stuff and texture stuff, you've heard of it. Either way. Malice or incompetence. I'm not sure which one I hate more. Do you get the same amount of money from web and mobile subs that just resub from the web? It's cheaper. Yes. The mobile... The extra money you pay for subbing on mobile goes to the online stores, like Apple or Google or whatever they're using on mobile, whatever maybe payment service they're using. It has not. I do not see a cent of the extra money you pay if you sub on mobile. So don't worry about that. Never sub on mobile. Yeah, there's literally no benefit there for me at least, or for you, right? it only there's only a benefit for people who already have too much money. So yeah, no, my income is not affected whatsoever by this. Lime Perrier and Topo Chico, and I'm hooked. Okay. Yeah, lime in sparkling water is delicious. Lime is delicious in most drinks, actually. Love lime in drinks. Lime is one of those things, big fan in drinks, hated in food. Do not add lime in my food. But in drinks, hell yeah. Yeah, that doesn't do it for me, White Wolf. I don't like it. Yeah. No, I'm not a big fan of lime in food. Even like the splash of like lemon juice on like fish and all that, like a lot of people do, doesn't work for me. Same thing. Lime, lemon, doesn't matter. I don't want citrus in my food. In drinks, hell yeah, all day. Food, nana. The zesty taste in food for me doesn't work. Except, okay, one exception, lemon cake. I love lemon cake. Or lemon loaf, or however you call it over there. The, you know, in the free states of America. Lemon ice cream? Yeah, lemon ice cream's fine. You know, lemon sorbet, right? Not ice cream, sorbet, yeah. The free states of America, exactly. Couldn't disagree more. Hey, that's why we're all unique. You are absolutely free to disagree and enjoy the food the way you want. It's just a me thing. What the hell do you put on fish? Mayo? Or tartar sauce? Or any delicious sauce? Yeah, that doesn't involve lime or lemon? Yeah, mayo. Mayo on fish sticks. Delicious. Which I know fish sticks doesn't really count as fish, but, you know. Same with like fried fish, like for fish and chips, right? Mayo, delicious. Mayo on salmon? No, but I don't eat salmon. Fucking hate salmon. Salmon is disgusting. No, mayo, but White Wolf, you have to understand. The mayo you know is disgusting. The mayo you know is garbage. You don't know what mayo tastes like. You need to taste a real good European mayo. It's a lot different than the fucking trash you guys call mayo over there. How the fuck you don't like salmon? It's too fishy for me. It has a weird... It makes me feel like I'm licking the bottom of the ocean. I hate it. But hey, to each their own, you know? It's fine. I love tuna. Yeah, tuna's fine. I just had a tuna sandwich, in fact. With some mayo, believe it or not. Mayo and tuna and in between two pieces of bread, and it was delicious. DJ. Hey, if anyone's mad because of food opinions, that's on you, not me. And there's, you know, anything that's subjective and personal tastes, if you get mad about it, that's on you. Even if it's like, whether it's video games, movies, whatever, I don't give a shit. Food, more than anything. It feels like food, more than anything, is a thing that you have very, very little control over. There's like actual, like, you know, genetic components there. It's not just culture. There's actual genetic components to a lot of our food tastes. Our taste buds are not all created equal. And then on top of that, on top of the genetic stuff, there's like, you know, the cultural, you know, how you were, you know, raised and the food you were exposed to and all that. So what's a Berloni? What's a fish boy? Yeah, interesting, Sanaya. For me, like, salmon is... Yeah, salmon to me is pungent in a bad way. Yeah, it's hard for me to deal with salmon. I don't know. It's one of those things. Yeah. I should actually, you know, fresh salmon in like sushi is okay. I can deal with that. But like smoked salmon, you know, the type of shit you would put on like toast, like during the holidays and all that. Ugh, that thing. No, I can't. Smoked salmon is disgusting. Like it literally makes me want to throw up every time I just smell it. Disgusting. Fresh salmon in a sushi. Again, I can eat that. You know, some wasabi, some soy sauce, and I barely taste the fish. It's fine. But yeah. Yeah, smoked salmon. Ugh. Well, hey, I'm glad some of you guys like it. It's good, right? It's better this way. This way we're not all fighting for the same food. We should celebrate our differences. Salmon soup is the pinnacle of Finnish cuisine for me. Just the thought of that makes me want to play fucking Elden Ring instead of continuing that conversation. That's not good. But then again, Finland is weird. You guys eat like canned fermented fish or whatever, like the Swedish people. You people up there, you people, disgust me. That's Sweden. I'm sure you Finnish people do it as well. Don't lie to me. If you're telling me that Finland doesn't have a fermented fish dish, I will not believe you. What's up, Garrus? I'm okay. How are you? I'm good. I'm decent. Of an alkalized fish? I don't even want to start thinking about what that means. When I lived in Germany, they were big on the smoked salmon. Yeah, I think, yeah, in Switzerland, smoked salmon is extremely popular as well. Like, you can't go through a holiday meal without seeing smoked salmon somewhere. Ugh. Anyway. I'm pretty good with food. Like, there's not a lot of food that I don't like. Smoked salmon is one of them. A lot of seafood, actually, I'm not too huge on. I think that's maybe a cultural thing. Like, Switzerland is landlocked, so you don't get a lot of seafood here. And probably not, you know, when we do, it's probably not great. So yeah, seafood in general, I'm not huge on. But I can, you know, I can eat most of it. I love sushi. I know sushi fish is not really seafood, but yeah. And I'm not a big fan of offals and all that, you know, like, you know, all those things. But that's more psychological than taste, I think. I don't like the idea of eating intestines or any of that shit, right? I don't know. That's just a psychological thing, I think. But other than that, I'm pretty good. Yeah, I'm not very picky. I will eat most things. I'm a huge fan of vegetables. Like there's not a single vegetable I don't like. I don't think. I've never had a vegetable that I didn't like. I will eat most meats, even though I'm not a gigantic fan of meat. I don't eat that much meat, but I would eat most. I will eat most meats. And yeah, everything else, yeah, I'm pretty good with food. I'm not very picky. I like good food, but to sustain myself, I will pretty much eat anything. What's up, Jespo? How are you doing today? Surprised it doesn't like these food, considering it's a big thing in Europe. Oh, yeah, there was a misunderstanding there between Saladino and Nurse Dean, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't followed all the detail of that. I mean, you did say, I'm surprised Europeans love smoked salmon and with capers and caviar. Maybe it was there was a word missing, which may have contributed to the confusion. It's all good. It's Twitch chat. There's gonna be misunderstandings. Not a big deal. Punctuation issue. Yeah, I mean, again, Twitch chat. Misunderstandings gonna happen. Right. I understand what you mean. I'm surprised, Blunk, and then other part of... Yeah. I've never had brisket. I legitimately never had brisket. I've had like roasts, you know, like roasted, a roasted loaf of meat, but I don't think it is quite like brisket. I feel like brisket is more of a specific type of preparation, which I've never had. It looks delicious though, from what I can see, like in you know, cooking shows or movies or whatever. I really want to try a real authentic brisket one day. Yeah. I would love to try that one day. Boudin? What do you call boudin though, Nibiru? Because as I've heard talking with Nasrallah, apparently boudin is a very different thing in Louisiana as it is here. Here, in the French-speaking countries of Europe, boudin is blood sausage. Which is disgusting. Hate it. I do not like blood sausage at all. It's the only part of a full English breakfast that I will leave for the dogs, or, you know, whoever wants to eat it. But yeah, I think in Louisiana it's very different. Nowadays they don't add the pig blood. Okay, yeah. Well, in that case, maybe that type of boudin I would enjoy, maybe. A good brisket takes 16 hours. Yeah, that's fine. Even the word brisket sounds delicious. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Brisket will give you the meat sweats. That's okay. I can deal with them. So what were we doing here? I don't quite remember, I don't think. Oh, yeah. I had to decide what to do with the fucking potion.
Journey to the capital. The two things you may be out.
I have Saluvius's potion, and I don't know what to do with it. I'm supposed to give it to Nephili, according to Saluvius, but I don't think I want to know. I don't think I want to do that. Don't think I want to do that. I did meet Ronnie last stream. Yeah. That was good. I wish I was there. You had a whole ass day to catch up on the VOD, asterisk. You can only blame yourself. I meant live. Yeah. I'm here every day at the same time. But just gotta show up. Let me do my thing. I know you guys have better things to do. I'm just glad some of you haven't realized that yet. Except yesterday. That's true. Yesterday I wasn't there. Yeah, I know, DJ. I'm not a huge fan of VODs either. Outside of like a few exceptions, like if it's really old VODs from like the old days of Twitch. And I'm like, that part's fun. You sometimes go down memory lane, but yeah, otherwise like watching a VOD like 2 days after the fact, I'm like, yeah, not the same. But Stockholm syndrome, perhaps. Okay, so what was the other thing we needed to do? Oh yeah, we need to go to the well and try to find what's his name? Blythe. Or Blythe. I don't remember how his name is pronounced already. I forget. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. I don't know which one is the wrong pronunciation though. When was this emote created? A couple days ago. Yeah. $10 did great work to make it brighter than the stream was. So thank you, $10. Fantastic work over there. It's a great emote. I love it. Yeah, I'm starting. I put it as a normal sub emote so it could be used all over the platform. It's kind of a test run. Because now we have initially we started using BTTV for a lot of those animated faces, right? For two reasons. One, the limited amount of slots on Twitch for animated emotes back then, and second, a lot of them felt like more like inside jokes, and I was like, hey, maybe it's good if we're only using on my channel. But some of them are actually pretty good emotes. And now I'm like, okay, I'm doing a test run putting them as normal, because now we have like 20 animated emote slots, so might as well put something there, right? So there's a chance that I will remove some of the BTTV emotes and put them as sub emotes in the future. Yeah, like that one, the won't you die? Like there's a lot of cool emotes, like the Gasm one. There's a lot of good ones. I wonder $10 if we can run them through like the same like sort of brightness treatment you did. I don't know if it was an easy thing to do, but I think all of them could benefit from the little enhancement, I guess. We'll have to see if I add them as like permanent emotes at least. Yeah. Yeah, I think the telescope one is pretty great. I like it. Yeah, I'll let you know. $10, thank you. Forgot where we're going now in the game. I need to make a decision with Seluvis's potion. And then we need to go underground to try and find Blythe. Who's, I'm assuming, gonna be near the well or somewhere down there. I wonder if that's why he was there. When we first found him, it was in the Mistwoods here. I wonder if he was already like trying to look for the entrance. If so, he's not a very good detective, because that was pretty obvious to find. But also he was on that what was his name? Darrowwill. It was looking for Darrowwill, trying to defeat him. Was that linked somehow? I'm not sure. What hold on. What do I remember about Darrowwill and Blythe? Let's see. On the hunt for Darrowwill, yeah. Did we learn anything about Darrowwill? Somehow I don't know. Not really. Oh, okay. Okay then. Let's check my to-do list. Have I forgotten something? Figure out the other Selen situation. Oh, yeah. So what I'm getting here, based on those the stuff we've learned last stream, is that Seluvis, like Selen, we know the Graven Witch, Selen, was visiting Seluvis quite a bit. Or, well, actually the lore we found said that she was seen around that basement regularly around here, right? Or here. I don't remember where it was. Here, maybe. But it could have been just the doll, right? People saw the doll and they were like, oh yeah, she's hanging out over there with him, right? But yeah, Seluvis did most likely give that weird potion to Selen, which is why he has a doll copy of her, and which is probably linked to the reason why she's imprisoned here. And there's a clone of her here. I don't know what's going on exactly, but I have a feeling it's linked to Seluvis, one way or another. So I don't want to give the potion to Nefeli. That's for sure. I don't want to turn her into a puppet for Seluvis. That sounds wild. Now, do I want to give the potion to Gideon? Who the fuck knows what he might do with it? He said we would, you know, sort of... I don't remember how he phrased it, but the implication was that we were gonna, you know, give Seluvis a taste of his own medicine. Sort of. But I don't know. I don't know if I trust Gideon. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else I can do with it, though. The Dole Diddler? The Dole Botherer, I think were his exact words. The base dust, how are you doing today?
Journey to the capital. The two fingers you may be at.
I don't know. I wonder if I should wait to make progress in the, you know, the whole Ronnie situation. Maybe I can learn more about Seluvis, make a better decision. I'm not sure. Well, you would think so, DJ, except his dolls are people originally that he gave a potion to turn them into dolls, apparently. So better? I don't know. In this case, I don't think so. Dude's having a nap over here. Like, everyone's leaving this place. It used to be full of life. Now it's just me, a fucking sleeping dude, a nerd, and a, you know, a bunch of weirdos here doing things.
Greetings, are you here for...
Well, I took you've no man to lay out your own.
You know what? I think I'm gonna give the potion to Gideon. I think I'm gonna give the potion to Gideon.
Journey to the two thing you maybe.
Sure, let's do it. Gotta make a decision one day, right?
Good. I'll dispose of the potion myself. You go and see Celadus, but don't give anything away. Just tell him that you tricked your mark into drinking the potion, as planned.
Okay.
Despite knowing next to bloody nothing, he's so far up his own arse he won't suspect a thing. His inevitable display of arrogance will certainly be a sight to behold.
Okay. All right. Interesting. I do not believe for 1 second that he got rid of the potion. I have a feeling that potion, it's like Chekhov's gun, right? That potion's gonna come up again at some point. I have a very, very strong feeling that this isn't it, you know? Unless I see him get rid of the potion in front of my eyes, I know that fucking potion is gonna make a comeback. Okay, so I guess we go talk to Celadus. I feel like there's some old rivalry between those two nerds. Let's see. Where is Gideon? Move this here for now. Gave him the potion, said he was gonna dispose of it. Sure, I'll leave that. And told me to tell Celadus I did what I was supposed to. Gideon believes he's so far up his own arse that won't suspect a thing. I sense an old rivalry / feud between those two. Oh. Last time I was here, you were about to enter the castle in northwest Liurnia. Did I miss that part? Yes. We explored that castle 2 streams ago, and then last stream we did the... We were mostly dealing with whatever's up here. And a lot of the round table hold stuff. Yeah. No, we're making progress. You know? I am slow, but I'm not, you know, I'm not immobile, you know. Salachi. Okay, so I think let me a couple things I want to try. Let's reset. Let's reset, see if Nefeli has anything to say now?
In this ash, it
Nope.
reminds me of...
Still the same? Okay. And then, let's see if Gideon has anything new to say.
Journey to the two thing you maybe.
Nope. Alright. So I guess we're gonna go see Siluvis. And then we're gonna try to find Blythe underground. I think that's the next step of our journey. Feels like we're getting closer and closer to the time that we're gonna have to go back to Kaled to find that second half of the medallion. How do you think what current English word could change its meaning from negative to positive or vice versa, like slay? I mean, there's words that have like positive or negative meaning depending on context. A ton of them actually. Cooked, right? We're cooked or we're cooking, you know? Very different meaning. Cool, bad, sure. Sick, yeah. Killed it, yeah. Could be both as well. Yeah. Shit, yeah. The shit, sure. Yeah, I mean, any word really, right? Like any word could change overnight. Just, especially these days, like fucking information travels so fast. All it takes is a fucking viral TikTok video and that's it. The meaning of a word can be changed forever. It's that simple these days, you know? Can become more widespread than the original. I think that's something that takes a long time to notice, right? Like, I don't think short term you're gonna see how massive a change can be. In the case of something like cooked, I don't think it's gonna, you know, obviously cooking is such a common term that has a very strong, you know, first meaning of like doing cooking. I don't think it's gonna be replaced. I think it needs to be something a little more abstract to, you know, or uncommon to be replaced with a new meaning to a great extent, right? Yeah. Yeah, person. I mean, I don't know. I'm not someone who cares very much for those things. Just being on Twitch a few hours a day and just paying attention, for me, it feels like enough to keep up to most of it. But I don't know. I've always been pretty good with keeping up with kids, though. I think being a teacher helped with that. I pick up on things pretty quickly. I'm also chronically online, so I get exposed to a lot of that stuff. And my brain retains that sort of information somehow. Which is not great, by the way, but... You know. Yeah, Tixar. That's fair. Man, if that dude was not an asshole... Dude, that dude's drip is impeccable. I wish he wasn't such a piece of garbage. Yeah, of course, Nurse Dean, because even on boomer streams, a lot of younger people hang out, right? It's just a thing. Even though, you know, some channels have a higher average than most, right? Like my channel or Naz's channel have a higher average than a lot of Twitch streams. We also have a couple of, you know, people in their early 20s and such, so it's and also I feel like that those sort of like lingo and that slang, that language tends to hit pretty deep these days, like up to people in their 30s very easily, which I think is also just a side effect of how widespread the information is. Information transmits very fast these days. All right, let's tell Saluvis that we did the deed. See how he feels about all of that. The man's taller than me. I'm almost annoyed by that information somehow. When it comes to video games, you'll rarely find young people playing original Tomb Raiders or old SNES games. I don't know. Well, maybe. I will say most people I've seen playing the old Tomb Raiders are people in their 20s on Twitch. For some reason, it seems to be very popular. I don't know. Old SNES games, sure. I mean, those are more difficult to stream anyway. Especially if you want to do it like me. I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of old people playing those games either, so. Alright, let's see.
Ah, so you made Nepheli drink the potion.
Sure!
Well done. You are a touch more useful than I had thought. Very well. Then you shall have your gift. Knowledge of the sorcerous arts and of the tutelage of the great preceptor Selvis.
Okay.
I doubt much of it will lay within the grasp of a mere tarnished, but if you put your mind to it, perhaps you won't embarrass our lady.
Oh.
You wish to begin right this moment?
Sure.
Well, your impatience, though boorish, is understandable. Let's have at it.
Oh! Ho ho! Hold on. So, what about that creepy doll in your room, sir? That's a great conversation starter right there. Yeah, lovely meeting you. By the way, what about the sex dungeon? You found his chambers? Yeah, we had a hint for it. We had this. The Preceptor is hiding a dirty secret in a cellar among the ruins not far from the Sisters 3. So we kind of were attentive, you know?
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
Alright, let's see. Glint Blade sorcery is used by enchanted knights. Yeah, normal enhanced version of it. Carrion Retaliation. Swing your staff to dispel incoming sorceries, using the power to retaliate with glint blades. This was the Carrion royal family's secret means to prepare against disloyalty of the academy. The moon and stars would one day go their separate ways. So there was like a, you know, there was almost like a, not a prophecy, but it was predicted that they would go their separate ways. Yeah. Yeah, I had a note, Salachi. I also had a note. It's a combination of a lot of factors, right? That help me remember. Also, I check those notes every so often, right? Like the little notes we get, specifically because you get some of them so early and then you forget about them. So every so often, you know, I go in there and I look at things. You want to refresh your memory, you know. Glintstone Ice Crag. The glintstone serves as a conduit launching a mass of cold magic. It can be cast repeatedly while in motion. Used by the old Snow Witch. Snowy Crone taught the young Rani to fear the dark moon. Imparted her cold sorcery. I really wonder who the old Snow Witch is. I feel like there's notes to be taken here. The old Snow Witch slash the Snowy Crone. One of Ronnie's teachers in her younger days taught her cold slash frost sorceries and told her to fear the dark moon. Link with the Eternal City? Question mark? Maybe? And then there was something about the Carrion. What was it again? Yeah, the Carrion royal family. Carrion retaliation sorcery. Secretly prepared against the disloyalty of the Academy. Somehow they predicted it was gonna happen, or felt it. The moon and stars would one day their separate ways. What is your favorite piece of lore story connection you've found so far? I'm not sure. There was one the other day that I was super excited about. I don't remember what it was though, specifically. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. But one thing that I do enjoy, and I mentioned that last stream, I think, is that you have like all these sort of arcs that are happening all in parallel, and they don't feel like they connect very much. Like the Limgrave war stuff, and then the Caelid Rot stuff, and then the Liurnia, all the Academy and stuff. There's all those things that are happening, and it feels like different sort of, you know, parts of the lore and the history of the world and all that, and then suddenly you find like connections that are sort of bringing everything together, and that stuff feels really good. I really like when you can like suddenly find little like correlations between some of those stories, and like, you know, Ronnie being apparently involved in the killing of Godwyn, which is something we studied in, like, we mostly studied over in Limgrave and found hints at that, and then it suddenly connects to the whole Carrion family, and I'm excited to see how it all like sort of tapestry comes in together, right? Like I like that sort of stuff. I like that the ER world feels active versus other FromSoft game. Correct. Yeah, it does feel like a little more story is happening in Elden Ring compared to... There's more plot in Elden Ring as opposed to only like background lore, right? And sort of backstory, right? There's actual plot of stuff that moves forward a little bit more. I think that's true. I don't know if I like that better or not. It's just a different thing. I don't think there's more story. It's a different, like, story, you know, there's more plot. Obviously, there's more of everything. It's a bigger game, but, you know, like, I mean, like, proportion-wise. But I don't know if I would phrase it as more story. It's just a different way of presenting it, I guess. No, not for now, Salachi. I don't think it's George Martin's influence. Again, I think George Martin's influence in the game was minimal. Way less than people tend to think. I think he just sketched a few, you know, a little bit of lore and that's it. But who knows? Nobody except you know, Miyazaki and George Martin. I don't think anyone knows really what happened. Let's see. Same description. Yeah. Okay. I wonder if I need to buy all his stuff. Make quest word. Those notes out of the way. I don't have any runes on me. Well, let's ask about Nephili. Why did you want her dead? I'm hoping is the question. Oh, it's not just almost confirmed. It is very much confirmed. Yeah, A24 Productions on it. Alex Garland is writing and directing, which is, like I said in the past, pretty much the only thing that could have made me excited for an Elden Ring movie. I think Alex Garland is an incredible writer. I think he's a much better writer than you know, George Martin ever was. So I'm optimistic with that. If we're talking about George Martin, right? And I think he's a pretty good director. I haven't seen his most recent stuff, like Civil War, but I hear it's pretty good. So, you know, I'm cautiously optimistic. I think there's a chance it might be a decent movie. Yeah, what's up, Brennan? Drunk Asian Ninja, welcome in. I don't know. Hopefully, you know, hopefully they know. Hopefully they will be smart enough to limit the scope of the movie in the correct way, which is don't try to tell too big of a story. Focus on like small scale stuff, a great plot, and that's it. Don't try to put too much of the game in there, and you'll be fine. But I trust Alex Garland. He's a good writer. He's gonna know what to do. Yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be a long time before we have to watch it, so. But that's the thing, though. I don't think they should make a trilogy, and I don't think they should try to do that. I really like. I don't know why. Like a lot of people seem to get hung up on the idea that Elden Ring is such a big story that we'll have to do this or that. No, that's the thing. You don't. It would be a mistake to try to tell the game story. That would be the first mistake they could do. Don't try to tell the game story. Use the world that's in the game as a backdrop to tell a unique story of your own. Create a new character. Create a new story in this world. That's the way to go. Or pick one small scale story that you liked in the game and make a movie out of that. Just a small scale story. Don't try to make it a big thing. Don't try to make it the Lord of the Rings or whatever. That's not gonna work. That's not the way to go. I don't get how you make a story out of Elden Ring unless you make it about the events before the game. I don't agree with that. I think there's plenty of stories you could turn into a movie in the game. I don't think they should necessarily do that, but there's also a lot of space in this world for stories that we don't see at all in the game, right? Something completely adjacent to what's happening and what we see in the game itself. But I think people's expectations should definitely, you know, you should not expect to see a lot of the characters of the game or a lot of the locations of the game. I truly believe that the best way to make a good movie out of this would be to be as distant from the game as possible. And just use the backdrop, like the background of the world as a sort of, you know, make a story in this world. Don't try to make a story about what's in the game. That to me is the key to make it to possibly make it a good movie. But that's just my opinion as a writer, you know. I'm not a movie director or anything.
Begging for another lesson so soon. That remains.
But if suddenly they announce that, oh, by the way, we're making a trilogy, that to me is going to be a giant red flag that it's going to be complete garbage. Because it's going to mean that they definitely don't have a good grasp of the scope that they need to shoot for. I have bad news for you. Wait, did they announce anything about about it being a trilogy? Just guessing? I don't know. Again, I trust Alex Garland. The only thing that should be from the game is the tarnished and the lens between. Yeah, even I don't even think the tarnished need to be involved, but no. We'll see. We'll see. Make it Buck's story. Yeah, the story of a modest demi-human seamstress. That sounds great. That's what I want to watch. Unironically. Yeah, Nibiru? Yeah. About Nephili, let's see.
So, you had Nephili drink the potion? Truly?
And perhaps something was amiss with it.
It's concocted from the finest ingredients, but perhaps I should review the recipe.
I may have expected too much of her to begin with.
Oh, he didn't get the results he was expecting, I think. Which is why he's like, oh, did you really, have her drink it? Because, the potentially he didn't get what he was looking for. I don't know. What Disney has done with Star Wars using the worlds to tell stories, I'm down for that. Oh yeah, sorry, LBVF. We're trying to keep it to English for moderation reasons. Welcome in though. Anthology sense, yeah. I like that. I feel like that could be a decent idea. I don't think it's necessary. My real hope is really that they just make it a one shot and that's it. Standalone, just one movie. Let's see how that goes. What's up, Raging? How are you doing? Yeah, Dust. I can't say I agree with that, unfortunately. This is discrimination. You forbid me to speak my native language. No, it's not. This is my house. I decide the rules here. It's not about discrimination. It's about making sure we can moderate appropriately. That's it. If everyone starts speaking a different language, how will we understand each other? It's going to be a mess. Has nothing to do with discrimination. If you don't get that, I don't think you're going to fit in around here, but... What's up, Credo? How are you doing? What if I win this house? Are you going to offer me money for it? I will sell it to you for $1 million. And then it's yours. Legitimately. For $1 million, I'm giving you the keys to the channel. So yeah, I don't feel that way, Base Dust. I feel, and that's just a me thing. I feel like Miyazaki's work works better in this sort of, speculative space, right? Where we don't really know what he's doing, and there's no like clear explanation for his stories, and everyone got their own interpretation and all that. I think making movies out of it grounds it a little too much. It creates a canon. It creates like a truth to the work that I don't think is great. I'm willing to watch one Elden Ring movie. Especially, again, I like Alex Garland's writing and directing in general. I'm willing to watch one of that. I don't expect it to be great, but I'm willing to watch it. I don't want them to make more of it, though. In fact, if I had a choice, I would prefer if they didn't do that movie in the first place. But, since they're doing it, again, all things considered, I'm willing to watch that one. But, please forgive me, guys. I'm just a very bad person because I'm Russian. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I certainly don't feel that way about you, but, I understand what self-hatred is. It's something I have my own experience with. Yeah, I hope you can find it in you to, heal and feel better about yourself. LBVF, no one should feel like they're a bad person. There's room for growth in each of us, So hopefully, you can find some healing and you can feel better about yourself in the future. Self-hatred is a cultural value in half the world. Yeah. This English is more than passable. I'm expecting there's some like either okay, hold on. Could be a complete troll from the start. That's one possibility. Or it could be, it could be Google Translate or whatever. Who the fuck knows, right? I can't watch anyone but you because they don't have such a beautiful mustache like you. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sure you'll be fine, though, since you didn't know I existed 20 minutes ago. And you will probably forget tomorrow, but, I appreciate the compliment. The mystery can be preserved in a film, but it's difficult. If it was a small, like a tiny indie project, Sanaya, I think it would be possible, right? Like, I don't know, have you seen The Headhunter? That movie was fucking rad. And the way it, like, did environmental storytelling, no words in the entire movie and all of that. I think it's possible. I think there's something to be done with that kind of storytelling. Based on the fact that this movie is going to be a pretty big budget and all that, I don't think that's going to be the case, right? They can't take that much of a risk. Even A24, who's typically a studio that does kind of, experimental stuff, like they don't completely shy away from trying things and being kind of on the fringe of Hollywood. At this point, they're a big studio. They probably have, responsibilities with their investors and all that. So, I don't expect something very experimental there, but, we'll see. We'll see. There's, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we just had that conversation, Bullvine. I don't know, you probably weren't listening 10 minutes ago, but I was explaining that I think this is an extremely flawed way of looking at it. It doesn't need to do justice to the story of Elden Ring. It just needs to be a story in this world. If they try to tell the story of the game in movie form, it's gonna fail. That's why they're not gonna do it. Because Alex Garland's a smarter person than that. He's a good writer. He actually knows what to do there. I'm sure. Right? He's gonna tell a well-scaled story in this world of Elden Ring that is well structured for a movie, and that's it. Right? That's the way to do it. I think expecting them to do the story of the game in movie form is completely flawed. And if that's what they're trying to do, the movie's gonna fail. 100%. So I'm sure they won't. Yeah, exactly, Nursdean. That's a great example. The Fallout show, even though I hated the show, I think it's a great example. They just told a different story in that world. And that's what they needed to do. As long as the people who make the film are actual fans of the game might turn out right. I don't think that's necessary, actually. There's even arguments to be made that being a fan of the source material could be even worse. I don't think there's a link there either, you know. I think there's no link in one way or another. It's a different medium. As long as you understand the story and you know how to work in your medium, it has a chance of being good. Doesn't mean it's going to be, but it has a chance of being good. I don't think you need to be a fan. And to give you an example, I hate Skyrim. I fucking hate Skyrim. I think I could write a good story in that world, a good book. I'm sure I could, even though I'm not a fan. Because I know how to write a story. It's as simple as that. What's up, Cyrus? How are you doing? I can understand like the story, and I can understand the themes, and I can understand the intentions without liking it. I think that's a big thing. We need good writers, not fans. And I think, again, I think that's why Alex Garland's a great choice. He's a great writer. He has some liking to video game. I don't think he's that big of a fan of Elden Ring. I think he mentioned that he played the game a few times and he enjoys some of it, but I don't think he was a big fan or anything, right? I think he's gonna do fine. There's a good chance it might be a decent... Yeah, we need good writers, not fans. Why watch the movie? Because you're emotionally attached to the IP. To see to see a different story in that world, Valachi, right? There's value in that. Man, I really wish I liked the Fallout show. I could not care for it. I think it felt way too Bethesda Fallout and a lot less Interplay Fallout. Black Isle Fallout, which was the one I liked. It was modern Fallout to a fault to me. Yeah, too much wacky humor and you know, making a joke out of the end of the world. That's not the Fallout that I enjoyed. Does that surprise you? No, that's what I expected. That is what I expected, because it's the more popular Fallout. Yeah, I mean, obviously it was going to do that. It was going to be that, but, you know. That's why I don't give a shit that I hated the show, right? I had no expectations for it. It goes back to what I'm always saying. Keep your expectations low with that kind of stuff. And then there's a chance. If you end up enjoying it, great. If you don't, whatever. You had no expectations to begin with. What's up, Kimmy? What's up, Pitkiss? What about Obsidian Fallout? I don't like Obsidian very much. In fact, Obsidian only made one game that I finished and thought was alright. The Stick of Truth. That's the only one. Because it was short, sweet, to the point. Their wacky sense of humor worked because it was South Park, right? It wasn't really serious. Every time Oblivion tries to do something serious, I immediately check out. I don't think they're that great. I think the writing often feels performative. I really don't like Obsidian. I don't know. Every time I play something made by Obsidian, it feels to me like they're trying to do something that's gonna please gamers. I feel like I'm being, you know, like, you know, it feels like honeyed words in video game form. I'm like, they're trying to tell me what I need to hear or what I want to hear. I hate that shit. Obsidian is like the Marvel of, you know, of the gaming world. It feels like they're just telling you what you want to hear. I hate it. What's up, Apato? Grounded was pretty good. I hear that quite often. I need to try Grounded. It's one of their games I haven't tried that I actually want to give a shot to. Because I like the concept. I think the concept of Grounded is super interesting. So yeah, maybe one day. Oh yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of Obsidian. I thought New Vegas was just uninteresting. It wasn't, again, Fallout, you know, Fallout and me is a weird relationship. I was a huge fan of the first Fallout. Anything after that was only a step backward every time. Including 2, which I know is a hot take, but whatever. Yeah, I was a huge fan of the first Fallout, and so I have a bit of a bias with like the newer Fallouts. They're automatically kind of, you know, ugh. But yeah, definitely didn't like New Vegas. Maybe I should give it another try one day. I don't know. I played Valheim. I thought it was okay for like 10 hours, and then I got bored. I felt like the progression was repetitive and the world was unmemorable. I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of Valheim. Yeah. Not as I was really hoping to like Valheim, because like visually it looked great, like the PS1 style graphics, huge plus for me. I still think it looks great, but yeah, the gameplay was a little too bare bones for me in Valheim, unfortunately. No. Better with friends, possibly. Yeah, I think Valheim is, yeah, likely more enjoyable with friends. My problem is I rarely enjoy playing games with other people. So. I like playing games against other people, just fine, like fighting games, but playing with other people is a bit more of a hard sell for me. I don't know. I have such a unique, pace, and yeah, it's hard for me to impose my way of playing to other people, What's up, Coilu? How are you doing? Gotra, good to see you. Does not play well with others. That is a good description for me. What about social deduction games? Yeah, they're fine. I played a lot of diplomacy when I was a kid. Bit of Mafia when I was a bit older. All that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Tixar. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 1 was a pretty big deal back then. Fallout 1 was a big deal. Well, at least here. Alright, I'm gonna ask Seluvis about his fucking dole fucking chambers. That should be an interesting conversation. I feel like he's gonna hate it. I should probably take a note about what he said earlier, though. Hold on. Seluvis, where are you? There he is. According to Gideon, the potion is likely to have been to turn people into those dolls Seluvis is collecting. After I told him I gave the potion to Nephili, he seemed surprised that nothing happened. Thinks either the potion recipe was wrong, or maybe Nephili didn't have the potential he thought she did. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the implication is there, but I think. Yeah. Those were the start of CRPGs. Yeah, I mean at least the modern-ish isometric style of CRPG for sure. Yeah. Before that, a lot of RPGs were like, those like first-person dungeon-ish crawlers, like the old Might and Magic stuff, or those older games, or text-based stuff was a big thing too. I mean, there were a few like Ultima, like top-down stuff. Well, actually, yeah, no, Ultima vastly precedes that, right? But yeah, I think Baldur's Gate, Fallout was like sort of the revival of the CRPG genre, and when that sort of isometric style was established, which is a big one, right? Became very popular, and it's now like sort of symbolic of that sort of genre. But yeah, there were a lot of other older games. I mean, Ultima was a big deal, right? it already had that like sort of top-down sort of view and everything, but yeah. Icewind Dale. Well, all of those were... Well, I mean, Icewind Dale and Planescape were post Baldur's Gate, right? That was... They were built on that same... what was the name of that engine again? It's escaping me, but yeah, that specific, like... Infinity Engine, thank you, yeah. What's their name? BioWare, Jesus! Fucking brain couldn't come up with the name anymore. Yeah, base dust. I don't know. Lots of nerds around here. Where you know, there's a lot of turbo nerd around here, as we like to call them. Binoclards. Another good word. But we use that word affectionately, of course. Love nerds. Lens of Lore. Oh my god, I remember Lens of Lore 2. I remember that game very specifically with like the, you know, like the full FMV stuff, like the filmed stuff. That was so funny. Lens of Lore 2. With the dude turning into a creature and all that. Are you including those two games in the good great games, Nibiru? Because I think a lot of people thought Dragon Age was great. I think the first Dragon Age was fine. And Mass Effect, I mean, it's been a long time, but I like Mass Effect 3. In fact, I have said in the past that I think every Mass Effect is better than the previous one. Which I know, again, is a very controversial take, but I stand by it, I think. We'll see how I feel when I play the Legendary Edition. Bunch of DLCs I haven't played, and I don't have a... You know, my memory of those games is pretty vague, but... Anthem, however... I haven't played Anthem, but obviously it didn't do so well. I think the first moment I was like, BioWare is not for me anymore was Inquisition. I really did not like Inquisition. I remember trying to play it on stream back in 2014. That game did not hit for me. Yeah, I wonder, Brainy. I haven't followed the development of Anthem very much, so I don't know what I would have liked. That would have looked like. I've only seen the, you know, the sort of narrative when it came out. Yeah, it's XR. Have you tried to play it much later? Did the game feel a bit janky and old? I remember playing it when it came out and I thought it was pretty good. I eventually got bored of it and I never finished it, but my first like 100 hours playing Dragon Age were pretty good. Alright, let's see what Seluvis has to say about his chambers. Let's go.
You break into a man's private chambers, rooting about as you please.
Your oafishness knows no bounds. Fine and well. You tricked Nepheli and had her drink the potion. I believe that makes you my accomplice.
Oh.
You yearn for a puppet of your own.
Uh.
Well, normally one of your stature would never be allowed. But perhaps I can make a very special exception. Now, choose.
What? That is so weird. Okay, hold on. Need to take some notes there. Which one is the least used? Oh god, I don't want to have that conversation with him. After I brought up these chambers, he well, actually, hold on. I brought up his chambers. He took it pretty well. Although, used the word oafishness. Oafishness? Which I think is amazing. Then said I was his accomplice because I gave the potion to Nepheli. Then offered me a doll of my own. Yikes. Did it have time to clean them? That's what magic is for. Okay, alright, let's see. One of Seluvis's puppets used to summon the spirit of the Finger Maiden Therolina. Spirit of the Finger Maiden who never met the Tarnished she was meant to guide. Hold on. Was she supposed to be our maiden? Is Seluvis responsible for killing that maiden in the fucking church at the beginning of the game? I suspected Melina did it for whatever reason because she wanted to guide us and there's like a, you know, conspiracy going on here, but what if... Uses healing incantations and holy water pots, but she's not a fighter by nature and is ill-suited to battle. A maiden without a tarnished without a maiden. And yet no guide to bring them together. Or... a Jarwhite. Jarwhite? Jarwhite. Spirit of a man who wished to become the innards of a living jar. That's weird. A jar-hurling specialist who throws all manner of pots and jars. The warrior Jar once told the nameless man this. You are not yet ready to join the warriors inside. No, you must apply yourself, better yourself, and one day I will return for you. This is kind of strange. I wonder if the warrior jar is that big jar we saw in Caelid, like that PvP huge thing, you know? We couldn't... Oh, we still have to go back there at one point. We couldn't defeat those summons at the time. Yeah, let's see. Warrior jar. Jarwhite puppets. Linked to a nameless man who wanted to become the innards of the living jar, ended up being a Seluvis puppet. You are not yet ready to join the warriors inside. No, you must apply yourself. Better yourself, and one day I will return for you. Okay. And then we have Therolina. Finger Maiden Therolina. Do I have mention of Therolina? Right? Terolina. No. Okay. Good to know. Hold on. One thing I need to do, I haven't done that already, is link Discord. If you haven't joined Discord yet, best way to be informed of whenever I go live every day, live notifications, most reliable way. If you are sub, there's a few channels you can use in there. Yada yada. Do the thing. Now featuring Engthar cat pics. Hell yeah. Beautiful. I'll be looking at them after the stream. One of Saluvis's puppets. Singer maiden who never met the tarnished he was meant to guide. Was that us? Did Saluvis kill our maiden? Was that the body in the church chapel of anticipation? I always figured Melina was involved, but who knows? Yeah. I mean, maybe she's a completely different one, right? That's also possible. A maiden without a tarnished without a maiden, and yet no guide to bring them together. Let's see. Bam, perfect. I think I'm gonna take the if I can only choose one. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys were supposed to be able to see the notes. But that's on me, sorry. I do feel like I'm gonna take the maiden. If I can only pick one, I'm picking the maiden. I think it's more interesting lore-wise. Yeah. That's it?
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
Okay, that seems to be it. 82. So I'm not able to summon her unless I use that one item. What's up, Mega? There's that one item that gives me a tiny bit more FP. Let's see. I'm going to check his basement again. No longer maidenless. Technically, I guess so. Yeah. We have our own fake maiden. Is that the one? Is that the maiden? And that's the jar dude, right? I think that's the maiden. This one. She does look a little bit like the maiden at the beginning of the game, doesn't she? Hold on, I need to summon her. I need to find a way to summon her. Where can I don't know where I can use summons. It's the nearest place that I can use summons. More Pokemon battles? Yeah, I think we have to. Finished book 2, Waking Gods? Oh shit, how did you like it, Brandon? That book's amazing. I mean, don't let my opinion color yours, but, you know. So good. Dude, that trilogy is brilliant. I think the last book... I understand why some people didn't like the last book. I personally thought it was amazing. But it's a bit different. It's a little bit different. So yeah, looking forward to your opinion. Did you ever finish reading Scythe, the trilogy? Of course. Yeah. Also a last book that a lot of people weren't so sure about. I personally loved it, but... I've read it in a few sittings. Dude, I don't know what it is with the Themis files, but that shit, you can read that shit so fast. I think it's the dialogue structure, right? Like, it's only dialogues and there's... It just... Did I ever... I'm just realizing now, I don't think I've ever climbed that tower. It reads so fast, yeah, because of the dialogue. Like, it's so snappy, you know? Yeah, I don't think I've ever climbed that tower. What the fuck? If I did, I forgot. No, see? I didn't! Oh my god. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Okay. Oh. Okay, listen, I think it could have been a more interesting item than just another memory stone. I'm kind of disappointed. Not gonna lie. I'm a little disappointed. I feel like it could have been something related to Seluvis and the lore or, you know, whatever.
Begging for another lesson so soon?
What's up, Cozy Survivalist? How are you doing today? How are things? Hey, all good. All good. Can't complain too much. I would have rather found Seluvis' old sog just to confirm the lore. You know, there's some sentences I wish I never read, $10. This almost makes the cut. Almost. I need to check, I want to check on Pedia again. But then I need to find a place where I can summon. I don't remember where. Where can I summon shit? I don't know. Well, I have a few places that I know I can, but... Oh, wait, I think you can... on the back here, I think there's a location. Oh. Dude, for a second, I thought that was gonna be an NPC. I was like, oh! Yeah. No, that was just an enemy. Fuck. Whoa! I'm just scaring everyone riding on my horse. Like a maniac. What's up, Rodra? How are you doing? Where are we today? We're still at the Three Sisters. We haven't moved very much. We're going between this place and the round table a lot. You know? It's a very lore-heavy few streams we've had. Okay, let's try. I need 4 more FP. Shit, I need to sit. Yo, Zimstang, thank you for the tier 1 36 months. That's 3 years indeed. Zimstang, it's a lot of support. Thank you so very much for 3 years of permanent support through thick and thin. All these weeks where I, you know, didn't stream and all that, you were always a supporter. You never faltered, and I appreciate that. Zimstang, you will be remembered. Alright, let's see. Well, look at her. I mean... Okay. He called Torrent a horse. That was a mistake. Sorry, a cow. She does not look like the one we saw. She does not look like the one we saw in the chapel. I will say that. Or the sorry, on the floor. Neither does she look like the one in the chapel. But whoa, hold on. Things are happening here. Jesus, people. You know, Twitch chat has no sense of fucking timing. It's crazy. We were sitting in the same spot for like an hour talking about random shit. Not a single notification. And as soon as I get into a fight and I'm like, oh wow, things are getting overwhelming. Now everyone chooses to fucking resubscribe? Fucking assholes, I swear. Okay, there's a few things here. Gael, sometimes, thank you for 3 months. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Gael. Sometimes you will be remembered. Ingredius, thank you for the tier 1 10 months. I appreciate that very well. Ingredius, you will be remembered. And Natus. Holy fucking shit. Did that one even pop up on stream? Natus Alucard is continuing the gift sub they got from Saladino. Natus, how have you been? It feels like it's been years. That's a name I haven't seen in a while. Yeah. Since October last year, in fact. And it's been very sporadic for about a year. How have you been, Natus? I hope you've been well. I hope you can hear me. I hope everything's going well with you. I'm in Lurk. Well, I appreciate you, man. One of my first subs right there. Natus Alucard. From the old days of streaming, I'm pretty sure. Crazy. Yeah, how are you, dude? Good to see you. Trying to troll the streamer by sending them notification and money. Excellent. Love that kind of trolling. My favorite, in fact. My favorite kind of trolling. What's up, Spiked Floor? How are you doing? Or is it perfect timing? Yeah, I don't know. You deserve for making us sit in the same spot for an hour. So wait, hold on, Asteroid. Just to clarify, are you saying I deserve more money for making you sit in the same spot for an hour? I agree with that, by the way. I think that's a perfect mindset. Can we do more of that? More of sitting in the same spot and getting money for it? That's the life right there. Please someone acknowledge this pun I tried to make. 4 subs, that's at least $10 right there. I don't see the sub. I'm sorry. The pun, I'm sorry. $10. Well, yeah, but what's the link with the 4 subs? I'm sorry. I'm a streamer. My brain's completely fried, you know. It's not me. It's not you, it's me. Hold on. Is Terralina? No. I'm saying, Salachi, it's not you, it's me. My brain is fried. It's my fault. I should be getting it, but you know, English second language and all that. Did she just roll? I'm pretty sure I saw her roll in the court. Look at her! Okay, Terralina, you gotta win that fight on your own. Hold on! She's actually cooking that wolf. No, don't attack me, she's the one doing it. Look at this. She might be stronger than we thought. She's great. Love Terralina. Look at her. Yeah. What's up, Colette? How are you doing today? What's up, Dundee? Good to see you. Seems she mostly spams heals, which is fine. I like that. I don't mind. And then those, you know, fire bombs or whatever they are seem great. Bunch of damage. Holy water pots, right? She's like, there's a Castlevania sort of vibe to it. Holy water pots. Love it, you know? No, she's great. Hmm. I appreciate you, well, actually, no, we hate puns around here. What am I saying? Salachi, you should be ashamed for even trying to make a pun. There. That's more like me. I almost got soft there. I'm sorry. Is she No, okay, Latenna is still my favorite summon. Yeah. Latenna is just... Yeah, Latenna's great. But yeah, Therolina... Not bad. Not bad, Therolina. Not bad. Okay. Okay, let's check on Pedia. And then we'll leave and proceed. I think I want to go back to Round Table, check on what's his name, Gideon, see if now that I've talked to, you know, like do the back and forth to make sure I don't miss anything in terms of the progress of the quest. And then yeah, then I think I want to go back. I want to very quickly go back to the Chapel of Anticipation, check on the dead maiden there, see if she looks like Therolina. Yeah, puns used to get a timeout. I got so... No, it's just that people were then making more puns to get timed out or annoy me, which, you know. Now, I've decided I only time out puns that actually make me laugh. There's not that many of them. So, you know, it seems like a good way to sort of find a compromise. If you get timed out, it means your pun was actually good. It's like a reward, right? The longer the timeout, the better the pun. That's the rule. Therolina is a strange name. Sounds like a medicine brand. Yeah, a little bit. I immediately think of, you know, the Theroux family. Justin Theroux and all that. I'm
sorry. I can.
Okay. Nothing new here. Okay, let's go back to Round Table, see what we can do over here. So I get a ban when the pun is 100 out of 10. If someone... There's no limit to the amount of the reward you can get. Maybe one day someone makes a pun so good that I completely lose my shit to the point that I can't stream anymore for the day, and then you get the ban's the reward. Yeah, I guess it's possible technically, but you know, I don't like puns very much, so feels unlikely. Okay, no update there. Bit disappointing. Let's check on Nephili. Maybe Gideon talked to her, made her aware what she escaped.
In this ash, it reminds me.
Nothing new here. Final check on those two nerds.
Well, I took you for no matter. Lay out your arm.
Oh. And Roderica.
Greetings, are you here for...
Oh. My goal is to make one so good that you hire the Pinkertons to go after me. You know that the Pinkertons still exist, apparently? I learned that not too long ago. I was very surprised. It's gonna be window time before I teleport back to the next step of the adventure. Let's see. Ooh, it's gonna be really cold tonight. That's exciting. Hell yeah. No rain? Fuck yes. Okay, I'm gonna go open my window. Yep. Window time. It's only gonna take me 30 seconds. I will be right back. Thank you for being here, everyone. I hope you guys are having fun. I am. See you in a second. All right, thank you for your patience. There's a cloud in the sky that looks like, you know, when the spaceships arrive at the beginning of Independence Day. There's a cloud in the sky right now that looks exactly like that. I opened my window and I was actually like, had a pause for a second. Like, it was so striking. Looks good. All right. What's next is the question. I want to go back to the Chapel of Anticipation real quick. Oh, wait, there's no fucking grace there. Oh, that sucks. Does that mean I need to return to... Ugh. I don't want to do that. Did I talk to EG? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go talk to EG real quick. I don't remember if I talked to him.
Greetings. I take it you've heard of the Eternals well. After years by going and only...
That is the last thing we talked to him about. Yeah, we know about that. Okay, so... the next step of the journey is to go underground and try to find... Blythe. And then once that is done, depending on where it goes, eventually the next big step, I guess, will be... I mean, we need to go to the plateau. That's the next, like, sort of big main story thing. But before going to the plateau, and I'm gonna go to the plateau through the tunnels. I do want to experience those tunnels, because it seems more interesting as an adventure than just taking the lift. But I do want to get the medallion, I think. I do want to grab the medallion so I have access to the lift. Maybe just to come back down or whatever. So I think before we go to the plateau, there's going to be a Caelid arc. Like the proper, real Caelid arc. It's kind of scary, honestly. Because we need to get to... I think this is going to be here. That's the only fort that I know of. Where the medallion's supposed to be, so... And we have the Millicent stuff to do. Oh man, there's so much exciting stuff over in Caelid. Good times. Good times. What the fuck is that? The Gale Tunnel. Huh? I don't remember this. Oh, wait. Yeah, maybe it was like... There was a tunnel. Oh, never mind. There was a tunnel which had a closed door. And I couldn't actually explore the place. I remember that now. That was weird. But yeah, before we go to Caelid, I'm gonna have to do like a round of all the NPCs. All the named NPCs, talk to them just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Quest-wise. Oh shit, and we also need to do the teleporters. That's something I need to do. I still haven't found a way to go there. We still need to find an item for this. We also haven't found a way to go up there, which I'm thinking one of the teleporters is going to bring us there. Maybe this one. Or this one. Or any of them, really. Yeah, I think one of the teleporters is going to bring us up here. Cool. Do I want to do the teleporters now? Or do I want to first at some point do this and then the teleporters? No, this feels like kind of a separate thing. Like this feels like, you know, almost like its own little adventure. Like when we get to the plateau, much like this little part here is whenever we go to Caelid. We still haven't explored that. So I think I could do the teleporters now. Just to get that out of the way. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Let's do the teleporters now. get this out of the way. Hopefully I'm not gonna learn to regret this. Man, if one of them teleports me to Khalid, I swear to God, I'm gonna scream. But I'm willing to take the risk, I think. Yes! Take me away from here! Oh God. I am so scared. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why I don't take those teleporters. This is a perfect illustration of why I don't take those teleporters when I'm exploring. This is so lame. Completely kills the momentum of exploring the area, slowly making your way to the academy, you know, getting that nice going through the town and everything. Dude, it is so bad. I hate it. Yes, Alachi. Yeah, just put a teleporter at the beginning of the game. Just lead me right to the end. And I understand, you know, you get there and then you check and oh, the door's closed and I need to find the fucking key and all that. I get it. I understand not everyone plays the game the way I do and it's gonna feel different. But for my playstyle, which is, you know, very thorough exploration, this feels like shit. It breaks my immersion in you know, my feeling of exploring the place well. And here's the thing. Who is more likely to find those teleporters? The dude who's exploring everything! So why am I getting punished for doing the thing that I enjoy? If you're someone who loves exploring in details, you're more likely to find those things that are gonna break your exploration. It makes no sense. I hate it. Anyway, I'm not gonna rant about it for an hour. I'm sure there's gonna be occasions in the future where we're gonna talk about it again. It's really, to me, that is the biggest weakness I've seen in the game so far. It is the thing that annoys me the most. It is by far the weirdest, incomprehensible design decision I've found so far. Hate it. I love the teleporters that actually lose you somewhere. Like the one that sent me to Khalid at the beginning of the game. Awesome. Great feeling of adventure. Love that. But this? Nah. Teleporters that just send you a little bit further down the road you were taking anyway. Hate it. Anyway. Let's try this one. You know, there comes a time in a man's life where you have to reconsider some of the things you've believed in for your entire life. I used to think From Software were good at level design. That is not the case anymore. If that third one leads me to the... Okay, hold on. There's a way this could bring it all the way back to being good again. And here's how. This one brings you to the same spot, and then the one in the academy itself brings you to the entrance. If that's the case, just for the comedy of it alone, I'm gonna change my opinion and declare those teleporters to be amazing. Just the running gag of it would be so funny that I think it would make it worth it. Oh. Where are we? Oh, right. That's EG's. Yep. Weird. Again, weird. So weird. I don't like this one bit. Man, I'm so glad I'm not taking those. Like, my policy about teleporters is saving my immersion, my feeling of exploration. I'm so glad I came up with it early, and, you know, I'm so glad the first one we found that did this, that had that effect on me was the one down there. And it was like between here and there, I think, which was minor. I was like, oh, well, okay, you know. I don't like it, but it doesn't matter too much. It's such a tiny, you know, distance that it really didn't do much for, like, it didn't affect me too much. But it was enough to make me decide to never take a teleporter before I'm done exploring an area. And I'm so glad. I am so glad that I'm protecting my experience in this way. What's the quickest way to go there? Through the parlor? And then up the stairs and in there? Question mark? No, from here and down the elevator, I think. Also, you know, let's check on Renala, see if anything changed around here. I still can't open this, right? Yeah. Hello?
Thou art thou now assured of thy want to be born anew?
Actually, I'm good, but just wanted to say hi. FromSoft does like to troll its players. Yeah, but I don't think that's a good explanation. I'm not. It doesn't satisfy me. I do like a good troll, you know. Like I like a good trap or something that makes you feel, you know. What does Rebirth do? It's a respecs, basically. Yeah. I do like a good, you know, a good trap or something that makes you feel like FromSoft got someone. Like everything Patches does, for instance. Awesome. Love that. I think it's really fun. I think it's exciting. Again, like the Patches teleport thing didn't bother me because it feels like a trap. It feels like, you know, oh, I fell for one of Patches' tricks again, right? But the random teleporters just sending you a little bit further away in the map that you're exploring right now, it does nothing for me. It just breaks my immersion. But again, I understand it's a me thing. I'm weird. Don't worry about my opinion. It's not that important. Oh, okay. So this one feels actually a little more intentional. I don't mind this one as much. Because like you're in the academy, there's a teleporter in the academy, and it leads you to the chapel where the union happened between Renala and Radagon. It kind of feels a little more meaningful, right? Like lore-wise. Like, hey, here's a way for you to go to that chapel you know that's important to you or whatever. Yeah. So that one like kind of has a lore explanation that I don't hate. I think it's cool. And I'm not saying the other ones don't, right? Like, oh yeah, the mages, sorcerers put teleporters all over the place to get to the academy fast and everything. Sure. It's still annoying gameplay wise, or to get to the Carrion Manor, right? Like I understand the idea. I don't like it. On certain occasions, imagine you didn't take those teleporters. I'm not sure what you mean. You don't need absolution. See, chat? I'm a good boy. The game knows. The game is absolute. The game never lies.
Greetings. Do you need anything?
Well, while I'm here,
You know, it's said that Lord Afane,
yeah,
when
okay,
he
we've
had
read
a
that
son,
already. The
to
miracle?
experience the
Yeah,
absolute.
we've read that already. All the people you sinned against are dead, no need to absolution. And they're fine. They're not dead, they're reunited with their families. Okay, while I'm here, do I want to check on this? Or do I want to wait until... I don't want to wait. Now, you know what? I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait until we need to actually go back here. Because maybe there could be a passage here that naturally leads to this place. Instead of going down the weird tombstones. Okay, so next step of the journey. What show had that song in it? Dawson's Creek. Did I unlock a core memory for you, Nurse Dean? Yeah, it was Dawson's Creek. If you were a teenager in the 90s, you know, it's very likely that you've seen it. That show was huge at the time. Okay. Fort Heights seems to be the best way to go there. Let's do that. Yes, you did? Hell yeah. I loved Dawson's Creek when I was a teenager. Loved it. Couldn't get enough of it. Time for succor granting. Yeah, I want to, since we're here anyway, I want to quickly check on Kenneth Haidt. There's nothing happening with him. It's so strange. He's here in his little castle, surrounded by beasts like demi-humans or whatever. It's such a strange scenario for him to find himself in. Hello, Kenneth.
I must begin my search
Post haste.
for a true and stalwart lord of the...
I don't know what you want, Kenneth. I would like to help me help you. I don't know. Maybe I fucked up something with him, or there's something I'm not seeing. I don't know. Can I jump down there? Oh yeah. Let's go. Speedrunning. I'm going against everything I stand for. Speedrunning through the game right now. Alright. Disgusting, I know. When I first started the game, I killed an NPC in that area, and to this day I still think about him. That's... You know, I think that's part of the experience of learning new From Software, like discovering From Software games. Accidentally killing NPCs. I think it happened to the best of us. Don't worry, Nurse Dean. It also happens to good people. I love saying that. What's up, Rasta? How are you doing today? Yeah, Salachi, I don't remember too much about Sekiro. I need to play it again. I started playing it again in 2023. Like, I wanted to do like a deep dive, you know, my typical style of run. And then I stopped playing because I wasn't feeling Souls games at the time. I was in a weird headspace. We need to return to it at some point. Sekiro, Bloodborne are games that, you know, we need to do like deep dives in the future. It's gonna be great. Oh yeah, you killed Kenneth Hyde on his little platform instead of you didn't. Well, I mean, you saved him in a way, right? I guess. He definitely didn't have issues with the demi-humans after that. So today I wasn't melting when we went out. Yeah, Rasta, it's been very cold here as well, and I'm very happy for it. Okay, so now we need to actually pay attention to what's around us. I should have actually checked the ruins there for, yeah, actually, let me double check that he's not there again. Because that's the place where we first found him, so maybe he's, you know, going there before going on the exploration. Could help the player, you know. Yeah, JC? That sucks, man. I'm sorry. That's never fun to learn. I've been there a few times. It sucks. Okay, so he's not around here. Can I ban her here? Sure. I don't think she would come back, but... And just for your information, banning someone here doesn't prevent them from watching the stream, but... Yeah. Yeah, Nibiru, yeah, it happened to me a few times. Never great, never feels great. And it in fact, was a lot of work to, you know, finally get to the point where I was able to accept that them cheating on me had nothing to do with me. It had absolutely nothing to do with who I was, or, you know. So that's you know, that was a lot of work to get to that point. Oh, the well is down. I mean, maybe it's me who left it down, but I think it's if it's part of like showing that someone went down, I think that's a neat trick. Not sure if that's the case or not. Kicked her out of the house on Sunday after I found out. That seems fair. Yeah. Destroyed me was my brother of all people. That sucks, Nibiru. Jesus. Well, we're gonna be here a while. Anyone has something they want to talk about? Now's the time. Next step: forgiving oneself for being attracted to people you're not compatible with. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You can't know, right? Always. Like, I think as you grow older, you identify the signs better, right? Of like, oh yeah, maybe I'm attracted physically to this person, but it's clearly not gonna work. I think you get better at doing that and putting value in other places than just like physical appearance. I think was a big thing. Even though physical appearance matters, I'm not saying it doesn't, but you know. And yeah, I mean, I think personally, I feel like it's hard to know in advance, right? And it's easy to ignore the red flags. I think as you get more experience, you grow older, a bit wise, you get better. Generally, you get better at quickly realizing when things are, you know, not going the way it's supposed to. So, I think that's a skill you can develop over time, right? Yeah. Yeah, for sure, DJ. Yeah, I get that. Hmm. Oh well. All right, let's go on our way to find, hopefully find Blythe. Am I pronouncing it correctly? I don't even know. Characters in the game say his name, and every time I hear it, I'm like, oh, I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm not sure if I finally got it right, but. Man, now I regret exploring this place too early because, well, I mean, no, actually I don't. I think it was fun when we did it. But, now I have to backtrack, so... so that's not great, which is fine. I don't mind backtracking, actually. Well, Nurse Dean. What the hell? I appreciate the 5 gifted subs for a total of 7. Thank you so very much. And Paka SAV. Feta Käse. That's a great name. Feta cheese. Love it. The Shin, or the Ishin rather. Stream Ghost. And my name is called. You will all be remembered. Nurse Dean, thank you so very much for the support. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, no, of course, JC. I mean... only thing you can do, right? Accepting that some things are not your fault, and even if they're not your fault, and there was nothing you could do about it, and you were a victim in the situation, you can learn from it, right? I think that's, to me, was also a big learning moment for me, is even if I'm not responsible at all for a situation, and there's nothing I could have done differently or whatever to change that, I can still have agency there. I can still take agency of what happened to me and learn from it, right? And grow from it. I think that's a big thing. You can't, it's not just when you're responsible for something that you can grow from it, right? So. Oh yeah, Nkthar, nice. Was that a whole organ piano I just heard? Yeah, it's from, all my alerts are from Returnal. If you've played Returnal, I don't know, but all my alerts are from that game. And so this is one of the alerts. It's the same motif from Don't Fear the Reaper, right? Dun, 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 dun. In 3 different versions that appear in the game Returnal. Which is, again, one of the best fucking video game I've ever played. Oh, it is, dude. I mean, okay, listen. It's not gonna be for everyone. If you don't enjoy like the roguelike style of gameplay, of starting over and over and over, it's not gonna be for you. If you don't enjoy like bullet hell sort of shooting mechanics, it's maybe not gonna be for you. But man, that game, I always name it as the game that I never think about when someone's asking me what are your favorite games of all time. It never comes up in my brain, But every time I think about that game, I'm like, it is one of the best video games I've ever played. It is so good. It is so fucking good. It contains my favorite boss fight of all time. I will say that. And the organ sound you just heard, which is the tier 3 level, like the third tier of support for like 5 gifted subs and more, $25 donations or more, or tier 3 subs, you know, all that kind of level of support, is part of that, the soundtrack of that boss fight. It is my favorite boss fight in the history of gaming. The build up to the fight, the presentation, the lore, the music, the gameplay, how the mechanics and the music and the lore are all like tied into one. Oh, God, it's so good. And the thing is, it doesn't look like, on the surface, it doesn't seem like everything is connected in that way. The lore and the music and but when you dig into the lore of the game and you like decrypt the story, because it's a very cryptic story. It's a very like, you know, it's kind of almost like a Souls-like story in that style, like the From Software style story, where you get hints of things and you put everything together slowly, you know? And when it all connects, it's like, oh my God, it's so fucking great. What boss fight is it? Hyperion is the name of the boss. I would recommend you not watch anything and you just get the game and play it, honestly. If you have a PS5, I think it's on PS Plus, you will not regret it. Because the build up to that fight and the presentation of that fight is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in a video game. And there's a thing with how the game builds up to that boss fight, and then you're waiting in front of like the place where the boss fight happens, and you're just sitting there and you see everything in front of you. And the presentation is so great. I don't want to, you know, exaggerate, but I think a good 5 hours of that Returnal playthrough was just me sitting on that ledge, on a few like instances, like maybe 3 or 4 instances of it, because like of the cyclical nature of the game. I think at least 5 hours of that playthrough was just me sitting on that ledge while we were having conversations, listening to the music. And just, it is my favorite ledge in the history of gaming. I could sit on that ledge for another 5 hours just right now. God, Returnal. I want to play that game again one day. I feel like there are secrets that I still haven't uncovered in there. It's on PS Plus. Yeah. And you wanna, even if you play it on PC, you do want to play with the PS5 controller. The way the game uses haptic feedback and adaptive triggers is the best I've seen outside of Astrobot. Yeah. So yeah, I cannot recommend Returnal enough, honestly. Masterpiece of a video game. I will even say Seros, which is made by the same company, Ausmark, which is considered, apparently they've called it a spiritual successor to Returnal, is the only video game currently in development that I'm excited for, like legit excited for. Well, actually that's not true. Fell That Boxing is another one. But yeah, Seros. Oh. Hold on. Either I've missed that item the first time I was down there, or this is a hint. Or are we gonna find some traces of... No, I must have missed this. I'm legit must have missed this. Yeah. This is whack. Or maybe it respawns. I don't know. Oh yeah, Nurse Dean. No. Returnal... And don't get me wrong, Returnal is difficult. Even though I haven't died to any boss fight. I bring it up every time. I'm very proud of myself for never dying to a boss in Returnal. Consequence of my very slow playthrough. Okay, there's one exception. JC, aforementioned Monsieur JC, gave me a challenge to go to the first boss without upgrading anything, like straight from the beginning, like rush to the boss, and I unfortunately almost killed it, but I died. I almost got him, but I died. So that's my only death to a boss fight, but I didn't die to any boss in Returnal under normal circumstances. Which I think is due to my playstyle, because I was playing very slowly and meticulously, you know, exploring everything. So whenever I would survive all the way to the boss, I was, you know, there was a filter there. I was on a great run if I survived to the boss, right? I wasn't rushing or anything, so. What's up, Dadone? Dad1, maybe? Dadone. Dad1, good to see you. Welcome in. Oh, I was gonna say, where are the fucking people from this place? Like the Clayman. I wasn't finding one of them. Armor, praise the sun. Yeah, a bit of a, maybe a little bit of a, you know, Solaire vibe to my armor, a little bit. What's up, Anubis? Name is Davide in Italian. Okay. Wait, so am I supposed to say Dad1 or Dadone? With the fingers, of course. Dadone is Big David? Big Davide? Okay. Interesting. I think against those Claymen, maybe the Brick Hammer would be better? Hold on. Can I see your armor? What, the Mausoleum Knight armor is what it is. Okay, let's see. A normal running attack against those dudes does 172. A hammer running attack does 212. That's better. It's slower, but it's better. You know, the problem is with these guys, I need to be able to sort of, man, I don't know. Dude, I still get murdered by those fucking Claymen. They're so hard. They're so hard. I'm like 40 levels ahead of what I was the first time we came here. Ah, I'm all the way there. I'm teleporting. I don't care. I'm like 40 levels ahead, and I still get murdered in the same way. That's the beauty of the low HP playstyle. Everything is still dangerous. I'm going with the fucking hammer. I don't give a shit. I should upgrade my hammer, actually. Teleported? You know what, Salachi? Fuck off. I will not take your shit. Actually, I'm gonna teleport back because I want to upgrade my hammer. I think that's something I need to keep up with. Upgrading the hammer. It's my striking weapon. It needs proper upgrades.
Well, I took you no matter it's all out your own.
Ah, I don't have runes. Let's sell some shit. How did the character get from point A to point B? The fucking magic of the grace. Salachi. The power of the two finger. Well, no, that sounds wrong. The power of the greater will. There. Let's not talk about the power of the two fingers, okay? Uh-oh. Oh, did I sell the wrong item? Oh no, hold on. Okay, no. Oh, thank God. I thought I sold one of the wrong items. Whew. I was very scared there. If I ever sell like a unique item or something I didn't mean to sell, that's like, you know, you can't acquire on a single run again, I will be very sad. That would be heartbreaking for me. I do want my nice little weapons and armor collection. Yeah, let's see. Strengthen armament. Yeah, no, that's it, Brainy. Like, the fact that they're so slow, you would think makes them easier to fight. To me, it makes them so much harder. And it's not just the speed. It's the fact that they don't stagger. That's the really hard part about it for me. They just don't stagger. You can't interrupt them. Okay, I now have a brick hammer plus 10. I think that's fine. What are my other weapons at? Plus 10. Yeah, everything's at plus 10. Love that. Alright, let's go back. Oh, wait, what's my, It's a quality brick hammer. Okay, perfect. Wait, what's the skill on it? Stormcaller. Is there another thing I could put on that? Hold on. Ash of War. What would be even better? Hoarfrost Stomp could be cool. Yeah, Salachi, but I need to explore the place because I don't know where Blythe is. I know he's down there somewhere, probably, right? That's what the game's telling us, but I don't know where, so I need to kind of explore. And I mean, I guess they're slow enough that I could just, you know, avoid them, I guess. But actually, Wild Strikes with this weapon sounds pretty fucking cool. I think Wild Strikes with this weapon's the right choice. Let's go for it. Alright, let's go back. Yeah, just Bo, hey, it's... You gotta do what you can out there, right? Life fucking sucks sometimes, but... gotta focus on the important stuff and just keep, you know, working, focus on yourself, grow as much as you can, try to not be bitter, try to not blame yourself for all those things, and... Yeah, I mean, I've told the story in the past, but yeah, my first 2 serious long-term relationships both involved cheating, and it fucking sucked. There's a lot of damage to a young person when you know, when it makes you feel like you have no value and you're not good enough or whatever. It took me a long time. It took me a long time to heal from that. But what else can you do, you know? Gotta keep working on yourself, growing and understanding that people not taking good care of you has nothing to do with who you are or your value as a person. And that's really the big lesson there, I think. Oh my god, I actually staggered them. I'm sorry for interrupting such a deep conversation with meaningless Souls stuff, but the fact that I'm able to stagger them now is such a massive difference. That weapon's so fucking cool, man. Anyway. My build is stamina, endurance, and strength. Yes, endurance, strength, dexterity. That's what I build. And I don't put points in vigor because I think it makes the game more interesting. Yeah, exactly, JC. There's, you know, you gotta focus on what matters to you now, you know. And again, you not blame yourself for feeling like you were blinding yourself, right? Don't take the blame. It's fine. It has nothing to do with you. It's not a weakness to trust people. The weakness is people abusing your trust and not taking good care of you, right? It is not your fault that people didn't take care of you in the right way. That's a big thing to learn, I feel, in life. You're not responsible for people not taking care of you. Yeah, no, of course, JC. It's, you know, being able to relate with other people's experience and all that is can help. I think that's fair. I don't know that I've accepted that, but it sounds nice. It's all there is, though, Nibiru. And I know it's hard. Believe me, Jesus. I'm turning 43 in a couple weeks, and I feel like I've only learned that in the past few months, really. Like, I knew about the theory, but I feel like I've never really internalized it until, like, literally a few months ago. Maybe even as you know, as close as like a couple months ago. Some of the bullshit that I've dealt with early in 2025 definitely helped me realize a lot of things. And like sort of like solidifies sort of those things that I knew but had trouble internalizing, you know? So. You're not responsible for other people's expectations of you? Yeah. This is like that scene from Good Will Hunting, or Ted Lasso, coincidentally. There's also a big scene with that, you know? When Ted opens up about how he was bullied and the fact that the people that bullied him were judgmental rather than curious. And the fact that they were judgmental of him had nothing to do with him. Big thing. Well, I appreciate that, Juspo. I'm just, I don't know. This is what streaming is for me. Streaming is not just about the video game. The video game matters, right? We enjoy a good video game and having all those experiences and all that, but more than anything, to me, the streaming is a human experience. I enjoy the conversations more than I care about the game. I care about the, you know, those exchanges more than I do about the game. That's why I don't, you know, I will always stop for hours and have a conversation if I feel like it, without playing the game at all. I've always considered the game just a pretext for us getting together and, you know, in a space and sharing moments together, right? But the conversation is really the part that I care about. I'm glad some people enjoy it. If it can have a positive effect, great. I don't think that's not the reason why I'm doing it. It's just a nice side effect. I'm just being myself. I was never very good at not sharing. I'm an oversharer by nature. It's a big issue, actually, for a lot of people. But what I've learned is, if it's an issue for someone that I'm sharing too much, I'm probably not meant to be around them very much, you know? The people who will accept my oversharing are probably the right people for me. Doesn't mean I can't, you know, work on sharing less sometimes, but in my personal space like this one, fuck it. That's my space to overshare. And I will keep doing it forever. And again, I have no pretension of, you know, inspiring people or helping people or whatever, but if it does have a helping effect or comforting effect or whatever, then great. I'm glad. It's a good side effect. Could be worse. Jesus! Those things are still annoying. Why? Okay. When they attack, they don't get staggered. It's so annoying. Apparently I don't share enough. Is that something you've heard before? Because I don't know. Again, I think it follows the same rule, right? You're not responsible for people expecting more from you. You don't have to give access to you and your thoughts to anyone. It's something you do if you want to do it, right? I understand that in like relationships or whatever, sometimes the lack of sharing can be an issue, and that's something that's important to take into account, I think. But again, there's also I also believe that if you're not someone who's willing to share a lot about you, there's going to be someone out there who will accept that and can deal with that, and that's okay. You don't have to compromise yourself for anyone. If you feel like it's an issue, then you can work on it, right? But if you feel like that's who you want to be and you're okay with that, you do not need to change for anyone. I truly believe in that. Again, you know, outside of like... Obviously, we're talking about like normal behavior stuff. Not like, you know... What's up, Doba? How are you doing today? Well, hey, I'm glad, Nurstein. Again, that's what I always say. You know, I'm not. There's no trickery here. I'm not. You know, all the sharing that I do or whatever. There's no like. It's not a plan, right? There's no performative intentions there. I just share who I am and that's it. And I know it's not gonna be for everyone, and that's okay. I'm always glad when some people find it a good place to be, you know, kindred spirits and all that. I like that term a lot. You need to find the people who you are gonna vibe with, right? That's the goal, I feel, in life. And like Cassie said, you know, we come from very different backgrounds, all of us, different emotions, different intentions, different plans, different ideas, different politics, different religious beliefs. But that's okay if we can still sort of... If we can meet on some of the fundamental values and respect one another, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. There's always something to learn from people who have different ideas and opinions, right? Therapy is expensive. It's another issue, and there's long waits lists oftentimes for subsidized care. That's true, yeah. In a lot of countries, and therapy is unfortunately not that accessible. Big problem, in my opinion, but... Puka Bear, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate you, Puka Bear. Thank you very much for the resub. Puka Bear, you will be remembered. Hope you're well. Again, I don't remember if I left those things, you know, maybe it was me on my way up. But the fact that you can, like, it feels like this place has been explored by someone kind of makes it cool. I don't know if it's an implication that Blythe took those elevators or if it's just me who forgot to send them down, but that's kind of cool. I like it. Yeah, White Wolf, that's a dimension that for sure adds to the whole experience for you, right? There was... Oh... I know where he is. I remember thinking... You remember that room? I went into that room and I was like, I wonder what that room is about. There's nothing in here. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. I was so sure of myself there. That's so funny. I was so sure of myself. I was like, yeah, this place, this room where there was nothing in there. Oh, actually, there might have been an item here. Apparently, so maybe I'm misremembering. Never mind. Scratch everything I just said. I'm an idiot. Alright, we keep exploring. Yeah, Gotra. I think that's part of the issue, though. In many cases, you know, I don't know, like, the reasons for cheating are extremely varied, right? I don't think there's any rule there. But sometimes it is an avoidant behavior. Like, you're trying to avoid your relationship or escape it. Sometimes it's even like subconscious actions, right? Self-sabotage, yeah. So, yeah, I think sometimes it is linked to that difficulty of taking care of one relationship properly, right? I don't know. I had to start paying out of pocket because the VA is disgusting and couldn't follow through with finding someone local. Yeah, Cassie. What is the VA again? So excuse my ignorance, but Veterans Administration. Oh wait, you're a vet, Cassie? I didn't know that. I don't think I did. Did I? Did I know that? I'm sorry if I forgot. My husband... Oh, right. Oh, my bad. I misunderstood. Sorry. Yeah. Alright, go back to the spear. Alright, hold on. I as much as I do love the conversation, I do need to start paying attention, because I do not want to, you know, have to explore this place for more than I need to again. If I miss, I need to really pay attention to the screen when I'm moving, at least. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Because I think the game, you know, gave me a pretty good indication that Blythe is down there somewhere. I just don't know where. Yankthar? Yeah, man, that is definitely a lifestyle that I couldn't imagine for myself. I obviously, you know, respect it, and I can empathize with a lot of what's happening in those poly relationships, but man, I don't think I could. I'm not wired for that stuff. And I'm saying that without any judgment, right? It's just not who I am. I'm very much your typical monogamous individual. Blythe. Blythe. Is the game pronouncing Blythe? Yeah. Okay, we found a cookbook that I apparently missed the first time I came here. Preserving boluses. What? Oh, man. I can't believe I didn't find this one. That could have been bad. I'm so glad I found it before we go back to Keled, though. That's great. I can't believe I missed that. How many things have I missed the first time around? This is concerning. Someone who's as slow, as meticulous as me, missing so many things. How do normal people even find things in this game? Yeah, Blythe. B-L-A-I-D-D, right? What's up, Minmataro? Wiki? Yeah, sure, but without that, right? Alright, JC. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for sharing. Good luck with the kids. One girl ghosted me completely after the first and last kiss. See, I think that's a big thing. I think that's a big betrayal as well. And I think it can be just as confusing and disorienting and emotionally damaging as being cheated on. It is a break of trust. It is a break of, you know, what you've had with that person and you've built with them. I mean, if there was a kiss, you would expect that things were going pretty well. And I know a kiss, you know, it's not more than it is, but it sort of implies something, right? Of like, and if she, you know, if she wasn't interested, she could have just texted you. Like, hey, listen, I had a great time, but I don't think this is going anywhere. And that's it. It's that simple. Ghosting is... I understand, you know, like it can be challenging confronting people when you want to stop seeing them or whatever. I do think it's fucking coward behavior, and I will never change my mind on that. Again, I understand why it can happen. I understand it's difficult sometimes. But it's coward behavior. And, okay, let me reframe that a little bit. There can be circumstances where ghosting is the right play. If someone's like an actual piece of shit, toxic asshole, and you've put up with their shit for long enough, and at some point you're like, you know what, fuck this shit, and you ghost them, that's different, right? That's just protecting yourself and your peace. But if you're, you know, out of nowhere ghosting someone just because you don't want to confront them and be an adult and be like, you know what, let's maybe not do this. Like, I don't think this is a good idea. And yeah, you're a coward. And you probably shouldn't be involved with people until you can fix that in yourself. Because you're gonna do a lot of damage. But that's just me and my opinion. Why the pig slaughter? I'm trying to get some bones for building more little knives, darts, you know. I don't blame her, but I was really disorienting, questioning my behavior a lot. Yeah, that's the thing. That's exactly how it feels like when you get cheated on. Who fucks? Disorienting, questioning your behavior. That's where the damage comes from. It's the betrayal of your trust, you know, and sort of relationship that you had, no matter the level of it, right? I know, I mean... And again, I think it's a healthy behavior to not blame the person for it. I think that's healthy, you know. Oh, jeez! But... yeah. As long as you don't blame yourself for it, right? If you have to blame someone, blame her, in this case. She's the one who ghosted you, right? But if... the healthier alternative is blaming no one. Certainly not you, that's for sure. Not yourself. The fact that she ghosted you has nothing to do with who you are. None of it. It doesn't change your value as a person. And you shouldn't let it. Dax, yeah. There you go. Yeah, Nibiru for sure. No, and Nibiru and Nektar, I understand that, right? Like the fact that bully people can feel equal. Well, equal. I don't think it matters if it's equal or not, but can feel love for several people at once. I definitely can't. I don't think I can relate with that. I can empathize with it, but I definitely cannot like relate to a point where I understand it like on a deeper level, right? It's like I think I'm the same with everything. I'm a very intense person, but a very like singular-minded person, right? It's the same with the stream, right? Like when I play one game, I play one game, and that's the one game. When I'm passionate about one thing, like, and I'm passionate about a lot of things, but like, I have that sort of like focused, I guess, attitude. It's the same with people. Like, if there's one person I love, they're everything to me. You can't expect one person to fulfill all your needs, but people will be jealous. I think jealousy is a complex thing that is very much ego-driven, I would say. I mean, it's a layered and complex thing. I don't think there's just one reason, one cause for it, right? I'm sure I'm not a psychologist. I'm not going to even try to define it, right? But yeah, I mean, one person can definitely not fulfill all your needs. That's why you need, I think it's healthier if you have like a lot of, even if you are monogamous and you have like one relationship and that person means the world to you, I think it's probably healthier to have a lot of friends and, find other healthy relationships, like non-romantic relationships, right? At least. I think that's important. I don't think it's essential. I think everyone's different, and I'm sure some people can find their other person and just the two of them ride it to the ends of time, and that works for them, and that's great, right? But I would say for a majority of people, it's important to still, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, take care of those other non-romantic relationships, right? Relieves a lot of the pressure on the partner to be there for everything and have to fill in all the blanks in your... And also, more than that, I think, and that's what I was getting at with this is, you need to be the person to, fulfill all your needs, so to speak. You need to be enough for yourself so that you don't make the parts that are missing in you, because we all have that. We all have parts missing in us, right? But as long as you don't make it someone else's problem, then you're good, right? I always go back to that one sentence. I use it for everything these days. Whatever's going on with you and everything is valid, but don't make it someone else's problem. Take care of your own needs one way or another, right? Whatever that means. I think that's a big thing. This thing, it was still active, right? I'm not gonna explore this unless I can't find Blythe anywhere else. If I can't find him anywhere else, I'll go in there. Maybe maybe I messed up the order. Maybe he explored this place, went in there himself. Yeah, Nibiru. Please be good enough for a pun. If you hadn't said anything and I picked up on it by myself and I laughed at it, you might have gotten a timeout. If you have to point to the pun yourself, you're automatically disqualified. TM in Mataro. What's up, Shaker Fries? How are you doing? Added to my low self-esteem at the time, but I let go. Don't experience any hatred towards her. Definitely had her own demons and mental issues. Yeah, no, totally fine. Totally fair. I've experienced some form of ghosting recently myself. Late 2024. It was some light ghosting, I would call it. I won't go into the details out of respect. And it sucked. It definitely sucked. It made me question a lot of things about myself, even though I felt like I was in a pretty stable place. I had to reconsider a lot of things. I had to, you know, recenter on myself, and I don't have any, you know, hard feelings or anything, but I still think that that person could have dealt with the situation a lot better than they did. But I understand it was a very hard situation for them too. So I'm not, you know, I'm not mad, and I don't have any hard feelings. I just wish the situation had been different so that I didn't have to deal with the consequences of something that they were going through, right? I wasn't spared, I guess. But hey, sometimes life is not that simple, right? So, no hard feelings. I was guarding! Ah. Come on. Not allowed to help? Yep, no help wanted. I do not want any sort of help or information or anything. Thank you for asking instead of saying. I appreciate that. What's up, Noger? How are you doing today? That is true, DJ, yeah. That is true. And this goes hand in hand, I feel, DJ, you will tell me if I'm wrong or not, but this goes hand in hand with paying attention to actions more than words. Because if you're someone who has a tendency to idealize or fantasize, or even not, even if you're not, even if you're a reasonable person, and you listen to people and you believe them a lot, like you believe their words a lot, you will get fooled sometimes, because people will sell themselves very hard, especially at the beginning of like relationship, whether it's a friendship or a romantic relationship, right? Like when you that's on me. This one's on me. Fool me once, you know, but fool me twice. That one's on me. So like, you know, people are gonna sell themselves hard on like at the beginning of like meeting new people. So I feel like something that I've learned is pay attention to the actions more than the words. This prevents some of that, right? Like that sort of, oh, I thought you were better than you were because you told me you were, for fuck's sake, right? No, pay attention to the actions. Those are the things you need to look at. I think that tends to, oh shit, I may be dead. Chill, patience. No, I did not lose the runes. I picked them up. Yeah, Karis, that was good timing there. No. Aha! Okay. That is not fair. There you are. I miss Barricade Shield, by the way. Every time I think of doing Barricade Shield and I remember that I have Shield Bash instead, I miss it. But I like Shield Bash. I think Shield Bash is fucking rad. Yeah, Dust. That sucks. I'm sorry you had to experience that. Narcissistic parents are... God, so much damage. It's really incomprehensible the amount of damage that does to a person. Yeah. Just signed away my publishing rights? Hell yeah, dude. Congrats. I hope you got a juicy advance. I hope you got a juicy advance. I don't know if in that academic. Okay, well, shit. I was gonna say I don't know if that also exists in your field, but I guess not. No money, just reputation. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're getting paid in exposure, and that's unfair. But I understand that there's not a lot of money in academic pursuits. So. And on the other hand, reputation is very important. Hopefully you collect the fruits later on, somehow. Yeah, no, I get that, Base Dust. And listen, like I said earlier, I'm turning 43 in a couple weeks. And I only learn a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about now, I've only learned literally in the first 5 months of the year. So it's never too late. It's as long as you keep doing the work and not letting yourself down by stopping your progress, you're doing great. You're doing just as great as you're doing exactly what you should be doing. I guess is my point. Yeah. Nibiru, yeah. Yeah, it's never too late, that's for sure. What's the alternative? You stop progressing because you're over the age of 40? Nah, come on. Use all that wisdom and experience. That's the beauty of it. You can learn from it. That is a wild combo, Dark Outlaw. A lawyer, a priest, and a professor is a wild combo. I guess the commonality in all of that is you need to be able to lie to people, but let's not get into that, shall we? That's a nice. What's up, games addicted? Old lady here sticking fucking up things. Or are you saying you're sticking to fucking up, like you to fucking things up? You're fine. Oh! Oh! Let's go! I just saw the silhouette at the corner of my eye there. Hell yeah. There he is. Oh, which makes a lot of sense. Because that bridge or whatever, couldn't... we tried to get there and it couldn't lead to that other side. Which I'm assuming, I'm assuming this is, Nokron and everything. So, it makes sense that the teleporter we took from the Belfry leads us to Nokron, right? It kind of makes sense he would be there, actually. Still fucking things up? That's fine, Puka Bear. It's not about not fucking things up anymore. Isn't it? It's about making sure that when you fuck things up, you actually learn from it. Right? Don't fuck the same thing up twice. That's my personal rule. Yeah, there's exactly Dark Outlaw. That's what I always say. I usually say that in the context of writing, right? There's only one failure state, and it's giving up. Everything else is just progress. Yeah, asterisk. Sometimes, you need to, you need to look in the right direction. I was focused on the enemies that I was killing. That's why. And then eventually you go back to exploring and you pay attention to the environments, and that's when you see. I'm glad I found him. Look at him. He's so tall. Dude, look at the size of that nerd. What the fuck? Dude. This is abnormal. Let me, I want to do a little cheeky thing here. Hello! I look like you a little bit. I was gonna... Gotra, I was gonna say... Yeah. I'm the person who says they're 6 feet on Tinder. He's an actual 6 foot person. Miyazaki said all Souls characters are short because it takes up less of the screen. I believe I've read that at some point back in the day, yeah. They're making... I think I read it in the sense that they, you know, the character needs to be a certain size for, like, the gameplay reasons. But they're making the other, like, human-like NPCs and, like, bosses so that you could see how cool they are better, right? Like, you could see more of their, like, design and, you know... Makes it easier for gameplay as well. I remember reading that at some point. Makes it easier to, like, see their movements and, you know... Yeah. Yeah, Strange Spy, hey. Can I get 3 times? Fucking up 3 times? Sure, Pukabear, sure. You can get however many times as you want, as long as you learn from it. And even if, you know what? Even if you don't want to learn from it, you're free to do whatever you want. There's nothing wrong with just making mistakes your entire life and on your deathbed being like, you know what? I fucked up a whole bunch, I never learned, and I had fun. There's nothing wrong with that. Blizers goes to anime conventions and pulls furries. I mean, I'm assuming his cosplay is very popular with the furries community. I don't know. I will admit I know very little about them, but it's probably about power. Large bosses feel more powerful. Yeah, I mean, it's an artistic thing, right? Like to give it the impression of power, for sure. Yeah, Quasi, for sure. Like when you face like a summon, for instance, right? An invader, like those NPC invaders, right? That are the same size as you. It's so hard to see what they're actually doing, or what they're wearing, or how cool they look, because it's so small. It explains everything you need to know about why, you know, those characters are so much taller and bigger. Makes a lot of sense from like a visual, like, clarity standpoint. And in a lot of cases, like, you know, when you're gonna fight someone, you're at a distance from them, and suddenly, like, the size difference feels natural, right? It's a whole thing. Which, you know, it's I think it's again another good indication of From Software's talent in visual design, right? Yeah, that's another issue. Like the actual, like, giant enemies, those are, you know, annoying to fight because of the camera issues. But what's up, Cloud? How are you doing today? Am I growing a beard? No, I just haven't shaved in a while. I'm not, you know, I can't grow shit. That's several weeks of not shaving. I'm probably gonna shave tomorrow. I also haven't trimmed my stash. It's a mess right now. It's way too long. But Selechi, that's amazing. Camera in Lies of P just functions better? I don't remember too much. I think the camera... Did I have a lot of issues? Does anyone remember my playthrough of Lies of P? Did I complain about the camera a lot? I complained about hitboxes, that's for sure. I remember that. I don't remember if I complained about the camera a whole lot. I don't think so. Yeah, the camera in Lies of P was adequate. Yeah. Yo, Natus, thank you for the tier 1 resub, 47 months. And now the real resub. I appreciate it, Natus. It's very good to see you again. Once again, I hope you've been well. And, you know, that everything's going well with work and all that. And you will be remembered, as always. A lot of camera issues in Lies of P. Yeah, I don't remember really what I remember I didn't like the game very much. I have a few memories of that. I don't remember too much about the game itself. Smaller arenas, yeah. I think Sekiro figured it out. Like, the camera in Sekiro for big fights was perfect. I don't know what went wrong with Elden Ring. They went back to like a closer camera style for immersion, or just like basically the vibe of the game, I guess. Sekiro had a bit more of a distant thing. But yeah, like big fights in Sekiro were fine. Yeah, I'm not saying Sekiro was exempt of camera issues. It did have some camera issues. The size of the enemies weren't one of them, though. Like, the bigger enemies in Sekiro were totally fine to fight against. From what I can remember, at least. Yeah, Natus? I wish I liked Lies of P more. I unfortunately did not. Yeah. I think the game's okay. You know, I think it's one of the decent Souls-likes, right? Non-From Software Souls games. I just think most of them are not that great. The level design's always very mediocre, unfortunately. So for me, who enjoys exploration above all, it's not ideal, you know. Hey, what's up, Warren? How are you doing today? Wait, have you been there long, Warren? I'm confused. You've been dipping in and out? Ah, I see. Yeah, Dean, I would recommend doing it. My memory of it is pretty vague. I need to play it again, do like a deep dive run and everything, but I remember the lore being interesting. I really want to learn more about it. The exploration was decent, you know, From Software level design was great. And the combat was just absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I mean, finish the other ones. It's a very different game, right? Finish the other ones first, or if you suddenly feel burnt out on the classic Souls style, it's a nice palate cleanser if you want to stay in that sphere, but have a very different experience. The gameplay is... Yeah, it might be the best combat in video game. I agree. At least for, like, you know, like melee type stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah, I get that, Nurse Dean. I kind of felt the same. I wasn't too excited. I don't care much for the, like, medieval Japan thing. It does have some really interesting, like, lore themes, though. Very From Software-ish. Under the you know, feudal Japan code, right? It has a very, like, interesting From Software lore sort of thing going for itself, so... All right, let's see what Blythe has to say. I still don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm sorry. Blythe, I think is the correct pronunciation. I still want to kill him for his sword, though. Oh, there's blood on it. Interesting. That sword is so fucking cool. With the runes on the blade and everything. Ah. Oh. Yeah, Blythe. I think that's the way the characters in the game pronounce it. Blythe. How do I remember it? Blythe. I need a, like, you know, mnemonic trick. Eye. He's missing an eye or something. Yeah, that's the trick. Like Blade, but Australian. Blight. Yeah. All right, let's see.
Ah. Good to see you. Apologies, mate. But I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me. But I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celevis.
Oh, no!
I recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze. Show him just how sharp my teeth are.
You know what? Okay, I'm okay with that plan. Let's just bully Celevis into telling us what's going on.
I jest. I wouldn't go that far. Besides,
Well, that's a disappointment.
I should check on some things here. Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right?
Sure, we're a team. We're in this together.
Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right? And if we reach a dead end,
Oh.
I suppose we go back to the source. Celevis rarely gives a straight answer. First time.
Okay. He feels to me a little bit like an Artorias style character, right? His armor reminds me a little bit of Artorias. Obviously the Wolf Knight, right? It's very interesting. I like him.
Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell. And if we reach it, Celevis ready.
Okay, let me almost fell down. Let me listen to that conversation again.
See you. Apologies, mate. But I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me. But I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celevis. I recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze.
I wonder if this is gonna
just how sharp my.
I wonder if this is gonna connect to the belfries and using the belfries to reach the upper area, and then maybe with Blythe here we can do something to actually access the other side. Let's see. Where's it? So, Blythe. Where are you? There you are. Beautiful. I'm gonna move you here. Found Blythe in Shifra River. Stumped just like I was. Unable to find a way to Nokron. Said we should ask Celevis. First hinted that we would pry the information out of him, which I was excited about, but then said he wouldn't go that far. Sad. Let's keep investigating. Cool. All right. Well, I guess that's it for this, right? I don't think there's any point in me exploring more of this. I don't think anything would have changed. So I guess we go ask Seluvis. Gonna teleport there. And this place is so beautiful. I love it. Stream will occasionally buffer for a while. Sound of video get desync. One buffer after. Yeah, I don't know. Could be on your end, Stoner. Could be, it could be on Twitches, could be on routing issues, could be on your internet. Who the fuck knows, right? I don't know. I've stopped trying to understand what Twitch's issues were. Okay, let's travel to Rani's Rise. What's up, Tin Chao? How are you doing today? Someone gave you one of the best swords in the game. Hey, I'm happy for you. Don't tell me the name. I don't want to know. But I hope you have fun with it. Oh yeah, the skipping ahead thing could be a... Yeah. That's a weird function that Twitch does. Are you still asleep? Yep. Okay. Well, I wonder... Just taking a nap there when I'm doing work for her. This is disgusting. Every time I try to fall and then roll under, but more. Don't slander my waifu. What are you gonna do about it? Someone accused me of scamming because I asked for a sword. What do you care about what they have to say? It doesn't matter. People on the internet aren't real, Tin Chao. Don't let them have an effect on your life. Yeah, Dean, good luck. We're all figments of imagination. Yep. No one's real. It's all AI, all the way down. Alright, Seluvis. Let's talk. What's up, Pinar? I'm a concept? I love that sentence. I'm a concept.
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
What's up, Wax? Did you ever consider having a death counter? No, not at all. It just doesn't do anything for me. Like, I don't care about the death counter. It would ruin the aesthetic of the stream, right? I like the cleanliness. I think the only point would have been like if we had like a death counter in chat or something, like with a bot, but I don't have a bot either because I like, you know, I do like the cleanliness of chat too. So yeah, no, it's not. I never considered it. Death plus. Yeah. If someone, you know, wanted to be there all the time, every day, and just count the death, I wouldn't have opposed to it. But yeah, more than one, exactly. I would assume we're between 1 and 1,000 deaths, somewhere in there, somewhere. I want a new puppet. Oh.
What's that? You want another puppet? Quite the keen paramour, aren't we?
No, you made it weird.
But I'm afraid each and every one is like a child to me. I can hardly just give them away.
That is okay.
Oh dear.
Hold on.
What's to be done? Why don't you fetch me some starlight shards? If you can manage it, I'll gladly prepare a new puppet for you. The soul of every puppet has its own ambience. You'll soon come to know once you possess a few. And once each's predilections are known to you, the better you'll be able to love them. Oh yes, you have much to look forward to further down this road.
Dude, he just said they're like children to me? This is so wrong on so many levels. I want to murder that guy. I mean, the game does not prevent me from attacking, I will say. He's sterile and doing his best. Dude, even says himself, you're quite the keen paramour. You're quite the keen paramour. So he knows what those puppets are for. And then he says they're like children to him. Not only, you know, there's like incest, pedophilia, there's so many levels to this. What's up, Shadow Rift? How are you doing today? What's up, Goose? And he has a price. He will sell them for the right price.
More, aren't we? But I'm afraid each and every one is like a child.
Average billionaire.
I can hardly just give them away. Oh dear, what's to be done? Why don't you fetch me some starlight shards? If you can manage it, I'll gladly prepare a new puppet for you. The soul of every puppet has its own ambience. You'll soon come to know once you possess a few. And once each's predilections are known to you, the better you will be able to love them.
Oh my god.
Oh yes, you have much to look forward to further down this road.
I have a lot to look forward to, guys. I've been buying them from him to save them, free them. With me, they're safe, they're fine. It's very different. Asked him about getting more puppets. Said they were like children to him. Yikes. Yikes again. But he would sell them for starlight shards. Double yikes. Says each of them, their souls have their own ambience. And that I'll learn to love them in time. Triple yikes. Yeah, what a great person this Salub is. Yeah, it's like, you know, you're buying the kids out of slavery or some shit, right? Yeah. Makes sense, right? Oh yeah, Credo. Oh my god, we're so cooked, Credo. We're so cooked. Yeah, I was tweaked and now it's just bashing Jewish people. Yeah, I remember they were announcing that Grog had a few updates and now it was now better than ever. And I was thinking when I saw that announcement, I was like, are the improvements to prevent Grog from saying stuff they don't want it to say, right? Because Grog has been known to, like, you know, people the typical Twitter user was like asking Grog for validation on their terrible takes, and then Grog was just literally like contradicting them, and it was so funny to watch, right? And I was wondering if those improvements were meant to, you know, prevent that from happening and just basically push Grok in the direction of the narrative they're trying to have on that platform. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Pinar. That's wild. Yeah, Credo. Hell yeah. Hey, gotta take those little things to make the work day more interesting, right, Credo? Yeah, Quasi. Yeah, I don't know. I spent like 5 minutes on Twitter yesterday because I was looking at I was looking for like combo videos for the new Tekken character, and Twitter is a good source of information for that, like early on, right? So I was looking for like Tekken combo videos, and I accidentally saw there's a whole thing about the Epstein's client list right now, and like apparently they're saying like, oh no, there's no clients list. And in my mind I'm like, wait, why is Maxwell in prison then? What's the logic there? If there's no clients list, why is she in prison? On what ground? Obviously there's a clients list. We all know that, right? But, you know. We also all know why they don't want to release it. Obviously. Anyway. It's too late to get into politics now, but I just think it's funny. Also, apparently, much of my timeline on Twitter yesterday was, you know, taken over by this K-pop singer, dancer, whoever she is, that apparently is going viral for a performance she did yesterday. And oh boy, I understand the appeal of K-pop now. I didn't get it until yesterday. Now I do. I'll just say that. I am just a mere, you know, I'm just a mere mortal. Yeah. Go take a cold shower. And I'm drinking a lot more than I would normally. Yeah, Credo, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's ask Seluvis about Nokron.
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
Which K-popper was it? It's gonna sound terrible, but I don't remember her name. I don't know. I think the name of the band is Water Bomb, I think it is. If you look for Water Bomb, I'm sure you'll find the videos. They've been all over Twitter yesterday. She was wearing jean shorts, cute little short jean shorts, a white top, and like a flannel shirt open. That should be enough information for you to find it. Her name was Beautiful Mac Densington.
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
Hey, no, I respected Cloud, you know? And I'm not judging. Certainly not judging. This, oh boy. Yeah, that's the one. Thanks for the video link, by the way. Now I have a long form video, not just a Twitter clip. Beautiful. I'm seeing a through line suddenly for Daniel. Hey, I'm just... Listen. Wait, what's the through line? I'm actually curious. Yeah, no, I'm trying to out-weird Saluvis, which is a big challenge. Cowgirls? Not really, no, actually, no. I know why you're saying that. Because of Fallon Henley, but... No, not quite. I do like a good flannel, though. I think it looks cute. But... He refuses to admit it to himself. It's sad to see. My dating history and in general, like the women that I'm interested in would very much paint a very different picture. And I'm sure you know that, but... You know. Asterisk asking the real questions. No, we're talking about the on the ranch type. Hey, listen, don't get me wrong. Living on a ranch with animals, I could see myself doing that. I would thrive in that environment. I love working outside and all that. Animals are great. So, yeah, you know what? Maybe Nazi's onto something. Maybe I've been looking in the wrong places. Maybe that's why my dating life is such a tragedy. Maybe that's what I need. I need a cowgirl on a ranch, you know? I need a rich woman with a ranch that wants to take care of animals. She's making all the money and I can just stay at home and take care of the ranch. That's the life I want. Right there. You know, I've been training for that my entire life. I lived on a farm when I was a kid. You know, getting the bales of hay and the fucking, like, you know, barn. I did that when I was a kid. There's pictures of me doing that. Carrying like big bales of hay on my, you know, giant fork thing. What's the name? Fork. Wait, what's the name of the tool? Pitchfork. Yeah. Yeah, no. I grew up doing farm work. Maybe Naz is pointing me in the right direction there. Maybe I should listen to my best friend.
Begging for another lesson so soon.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Salachi. I'm absolutely on board with that.
Make it quick.
What I'm here for. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. No, my whole life up until this point is the implication, Joe. Everyone wanting a rich partner so they don't have to earn money. Hot takes by Dan. Listen. I mean, okay, DJ, I don't want to put your, you know, I don't want to call you out, but I would say that for a lot of dudes, that is a bit of a hot take, a bit of a controversial take, if I can say so myself. I think there's a lot of dudes out there who would be very much against that. There's a lot of dudes who think that out-earning their partners is part of their, you know, they put a lot of their ego into this. I'm not one of these people. Oh yeah, Jespo. No, I loved working on a farm when I was a kid. No, I get that, DJ. I'm just, you know, I'm making content. Shh. Don't spill the beans.
Begging for another lesson so soon.
I will start counting in my head to keep up. Counting what? I'm confused. I'm sure there's something I should understand there. My brain's rotting at this point. It's late and I'm hungry. But yeah, no, I mean, Oh, thank you, Credo. I cannot wait to look into this. That is so fucking... Oh, man. We're so cooked, man. Oh, right. Sure. Every other comment. So, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. No, the joke I made is really funny. It is. Anyway, how did we get here? Oh yeah, Twitter and all that. Sure. I also get that point of view, DJ, for sure. Like, I think there's a healthy balance in both people earning their lifestyle, right? I think it usually works better. It can't create like weird situations. Like, obviously, you know, plenty of bad situations happen in relationship because of differences in income and all the tension that can create. Ideally, I would love to eventually end up with someone and we both make our money and we're both, you know, comfortable, right? But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, enough of daydreaming about impossible life goals. Grog, is this real? Just marry me, Daniel. Settle. I don't think you're on the right side of the spectrum, Nibiru. You know, unfortunately, as I've said before, I wish I was gay. I'm not. I wish I was bi, actually. I wish I was bi. That would be great. Pan. Even better, right? To really open up the spectrum. That would be great. But I'm not. You don't choose those things. I would be with Tolga. Oh. I'm sorry to Luna Tuna, but if I was, you know, if I was into men, Tolga and I, we'd be the perfect relationship. I'm glad I'm not. He's very happy with Luna Tuna, and they're great together. They're getting married soon. It's amazing. Mark. Fuck you. Earning disparity isn't about just the money, but the emotional closeness of shared experiences and values. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I think it's a little more... I mean, it can be about that, right? I don't think it's necessarily about that. Sometimes it's just about, you know, the person with the money suddenly feeling like the other person owes them something or whatever, or when there's a disagreement, well, I'm the one making the money. So, you know, those kinds of tensions, which are obviously stemming from other issues than the money difference, right? Obviously, it's just a symptom, but of deeper like toxicity. But yeah, I grew up very poor, Salachi, personally, so I will say I'll give it to my grandmother mostly. She always made sure I had a roof over my head and food on the table, but we were struggling a lot. So I think, you know, I have a very different relationship with money at this point in my life, but no. And look at me, still struggling, but hey, making ends meet for now. It's fine. I will say, when I was a teacher, for like the decade that I was teaching, I made a lot more money and I was not happier, that's for sure. I was not happier. Quite the contrary, so... Yo, Strange Pie, thank you for 5 gifted subs. The first 5 gifted subs you've gifted on this channel, which is surprising to me. It didn't feel that way. Thank you so much, Strange Pie. Appreciate the support, as always. And Bud Zogan, Henswelly, Gia Cat, that's a great pick right there, Gia Cat. Chris and Crab Slap, cool name. You will all be remembered. Thank you, Strange Pie. Appreciate you. Salachi, thank you for a Prime Gaming sub. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. Salachi, you will be remembered as well. Thank you. Hey, hope you're well, Bud Zogan. Good to see you. Alright, can I actually buy puppets now? Oh yeah, with the Starlight Shards. Well, look at that. Ah, fuck! I should have picked the other one. See, it's more expensive. Alas, I am... Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't, you know, maybe I should keep it a secret. That I'm, you know, not into dudes, because I think the stash and everything, I think there's a niche there in the gay community that I could maybe hit, you know. But at the same time, I don't want to manipulate people, you know, that's not my style, so. Bit of an age gap? Wow, okay, thanks. Alright, do I get the jar white puppet? I guess so. Yeah, let's get it.
You're proving to be quite the puppeteer. I've not had an apprentice for a very long time.
Oh no, he's taking a liking to me.
How's the puppet I gave you? A thing of exquisite craft, is it not?
Oh shit. We've opened a new... Oh my god. Okay, let's ask about Nokron first. 100% better if you keep people guessing, like how K-pop stars can't admit having a partner, the courageous the stands. Yeah, and then leads to fucking, you know, like them being harassed and stalked by people. What a great fucking industry. But yeah, no, I mean, it's the... And listen, it's the same with streaming. It's the exact same with streaming. It's more specifically for women streamers, obviously, because the vast majority of viewers on Twitch are heterosexual males, right? So it makes sense. But yeah, it is the same for streaming. Without going into obviously any you know, details of any kind, but last year at some point I was briefly involved with the streamer, and there were conversations about not wanting to make it a public thing because, you know, the optics of it, which I understand, you know, it doesn't bother me too much. Personally, I don't care, but I get it. That is true, Salachi. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's a bit different. We know about you and Naz. You know, this is, again, not my style. Though Naz has a great beard. I feel like there's levels to this. What I just said there. I didn't realize at first. I think it was funnier than I expected it to be. Haven't there been idol murders in Japan for that reason? Maybe Stoner. Attempts, certainly, yeah. All right, let's ask about Nokron first, because the scheme thing, I wonder if he's gonna get mad at us. If I'm assuming the scheme is us asking about the potion and if the goal was turning Nephili into a puppet. Let's see.
Well, well. You're asking me about that, are you? The task was left to you and the mongrel, was it not? Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
What?
Well, there's no helping it. Now's as good a time as any. I'll let you in on it. There's a glintstone sorcerer by the name of Selene in Limgrave. She owes me for the help I gave her when she was expelled from the academy.
Shit!
I asked her to look into the matter some time ago. I'll write you a letter of introduction. Go ask her.
Oh my god, this is a whole thing. We're never going anywhere else. We're stuck in Limgrave and Lernia forever. Scroll bearing a royal coat of arms. A letter of introduction written by Preceptor Seluvis, addressed to a glintstone sorceress by the name of Selene. The contents of the scrolls cannot be discerned. Okay, let's look into it. Take some notes there.
By the name to own was as good a time as any.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's too much here, but I do want to take some notes. Yeah, going to the Carrion Manor definitely opened a whole fucking lot of like questing, and you know, I love it. It's great, by the way. After I bought a second puppet from him, seemed to take a liking to me as an apprentice, which honestly, yikes. Asked him about Nokron. First shamed me for being incompetent. Also called Blythe a mongrel. What an asshole. Then said Selene could help us. He helped her when she was dismissed from the academy. Apparently. He gave me a letter of introduction. Cool. Making progress. Perfect Blue. Nice. Is it a Korean movie?
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
Selena's manager murdered her, was a super fan. Yeah, an older Mexican pop star in the 90s, not Selena Gomez, which is most people... When people hear Selena, it's... Oh, the animated... Yes! I've seen some of that. Wasn't there a thing in like... Isn't there a scene in... Hold on. Perfect Blue. Yes! I've seen some of that movie, I'm pretty sure. I recognize like the aesthetic and all that. Yeah. Cool. I'll need to watch that again one day. For sure. Anyway. Yeah. That's awesome.
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains
How are you,
much
Trim?
to be done.
Good to see
Make
you.
it quick.
All right, let's ask him about the scheme. I'm a little worried about how he's gonna react, but let's ask.
Perhaps you'd be interested in a little scheme of mine.
Are you giving me? Oh, okay.
It will produce the finest of puppets,
dude,
which I aspire to cherish with these very hands. A ploy to fool even Lady Rani. How does that sound?
Oh shit! The way he leans forward is so creepy, dude. I love it. Like to whisper in your ear and hide himself from, you know. So cool. Hold on, I'm breaking the conversation about the scheme.
Perhaps you'd be interested in a little scheme of mine. It will produce the finest of puppets,
dude,
which I aspire to cherish with these very hands.
That's so creepy.
To fool even Lady Rani. How does that sound?
Fool Lady Rani. Oh, fuck. Why am I being faced with those decisions all the time? I mean, obviously, I think I'm going to say I'm interested because, again, Souls games, you always want to be a yes man, you know, to move the quests forward, but I'm also worried about some of the quests kind of like maybe canceling one another, right? If you pick this one, you don't get to do this other one or whatever. I mean, you probably could with some like trickery with the save files, Salachi, but obviously I'm not doing that. I don't know what to do here. And then, hold on. Oh, I cancelled. Okay. Need to take a note. Later, also told me of a scheme. Use another special puppet for him to get his hands on. Yikes. Said even Lady Rani would be the sea. Is that what he said? Oh.
Perhaps it will produce, which I aspire to apply to fool even
yeah,
Lady
fool
Rani.
even Lady Rani. Deceive, fool. That's fine. Asked me if I was interested in helping. Sorry about that. I said, I don't know yet. I don't know what I said. Let me take a note in the to-do list. Now I can go see her with the letter. Let's go. Make sure I don't forget that. And yeah, I said, I don't know. I don't know what I said. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep on that decision. 238 hours. $238 hours. That game's gonna take us ages. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, thank you. Hope you guys had fun. Talked to 2 people. What a good stream. Hey, we talked to 2 people and made a lot of progress with it. Don't be snarky with me. Asterisk. Nobody forced you to watch. I hope you guys had fun. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I appreciate you as always. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the many resubs, the gift subs. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. Fun stream tonight. I enjoyed it. Thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific for more adventures of Elden Ring. If you want to make sure to get the most reliable live notifications, please join Discord. If you're a sub, there's a few channels you can use. It's a whole thing. Yeah, I'm gonna raid. I'm gonna keep it simple tonight. I'm gonna raid my good friend Nasrallah. Because he's very close to getting Dark Souls Remastered, old bosses, plus DLC. No hits. And I really want to, you know, give him some support while he's doing that. So let's go give some love to Nasrallah, as always. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything else to say. Good conversations tonight. Thank you, everyone. Be well. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.
Thank you.